or human should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Well, it's, we've got into this mess in the first place because then this has now been confirmed that they were working on these viruses in this laboratory and it got released. And that these viruses had been created through gain-of-function research. So these goofballs are down there working on viruses, making them more infectious to humans. And you would say, well, why are they doing that? Well, surely they're doing that so they can study them and they can cure them. They make sure that we don't get sick.
Is that the logic?
That's the logic, but they didn't have a cure for it. Rabies. Oh, great. Lissa virus are responsible for rabies, which is arguably the deadliest encephalitic virus disease known. Prototype rabies Lissa virus thought to be able to infect all terrestrial mammals. Yay! What a good thing to just have laying around. I mean, that's like the opening of 28 Days Later, right?
Yeah.
The new one. Have you seen the trailer for the new one?
There's a new one?
28 years later.
No, come on.
Yeah. Cillian Murphy's back. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm in. Come in.
That's the greatest song. Here it is.
Yes, keep quiet. Do not move from this spot.
7, 6, 11, 5, 9 and 20 miles a day, 4, 11, 17, 32 the day before. Moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. No.
All shot on my iPhone.
Look at what's in front of you.
They said. I mean, not with the lenses, but.
Moving up and down again. Men for men is watching them. There's no discharge in the war. If your time stops, they will get the top of you. Moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war.
Jeez. I woke up relatively calm and peaceful this morning.
A little bit of pre-podcast anxiety,
yeah.
and now you're worried about the end of the world.
Jeez.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I didn't know what to expect, but now
I'm terrified of these eggheads messing around with all these things. I really am, because it seems like what we know now is that there wasn't a ton of oversight. They sort of went with so the NIH funds the Eco Health Alliance. The Eco Health Alliance funds the Wuhan lab. The Wuhan lab, which has had many safety violations, including I think a year before the leak, and then it gets out, and then they all lie, and then they all trade emails back and forth where they're talking about the lie, and they go in front of Congress and they lie, and now they're talking about giving Fauci a mass pardon, a preemptive pardon, so he doesn't get charged.
That's crazy.
It's a whole thing. And then there's another one today where the Biden administration is keeping the emergency classification of COVID to 2029 so that they can avoid being attacked for the Emergency Use Authorization Act. It's so creepy stuff because there's money. It's all money, right? There's money involved in this. There's these people that are working on viruses. Well, the way to get funding is you have to work on viruses. So whether or not I don't think they're evil people, but I think these people, this is what they studied in college. This is what they went to university for, and now they're studying it. And what's the best way to study it? You actually have to have funding. You have to have a lab, and you start doing it. And so who do you do it for? Well, you do it for the Defense Department, because They want to work on weaponizing viruses. This is a real thing. This is
that's one of the scariest things.
it's fucking terrifying. I did a television show once where we talked to this guy from Russia and from former Soviet Union, where he was talking about how they had literally like giant vats of anthrax. They had enough anthrax to literally kill like every fucking human being in America, and that they were working on viruses, all these deadly diseases.
To be honest with you, I'm quite surprised we're still here.
It's pretty shocking.
With what's already happened and what the potentials are, it's staggering.
Well, if you think about all the things that we've gone through where we just barely missed a total disaster, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and then there was the one time where there was they thought that the United States had launched a missile at Russia, and they were very close to responding. It was just a glitch.
Yeah.
And one guy, just one clear-headed person, decided not to launch.
Yeah.
And this is in the 60s.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's so terrifying.
Yeah, we're so close all the
Yeah.
time, really. That's why one should just try and have a happy life wherever you can. That's for sure.
The problem with that is if you don't speak up, and if no one reacted to any of this COVID-19 stuff,
Yeah.
if no one reacted to the Orwellian censorship complex that was established to try to silence people who are critical of the narrative that they were pushing,
Sure.
we would all be fucked. Like, you kind of have to pay attention now, unfortunately. I don't want to.
No, I
I
agree.
want to just have fun, live my life, be with my family and my friends,
No, of course.
enjoy myself.
Of course.
We all do. But
No, it's good to be aware. No question about that. And
there's also this part of me that goes, yeah, but this is what the universe provides you with. The universe provides you with this very unique balance of good and evil, and the evil exists to appreciate the good and to motivate the good.
no question.
And there's always going to be both. It just seems like there's always going to, until we reach some enlightenment, Jesus comes back, the aliens land.
It's that thing called balance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trying to do the balancing act as best as you can.
Yeah. What do you do? Like, what's your balancing routine? Like, if you feel like you're getting a little sideways.
I hate to say it, but it's back to getting out into the fresh air and walking.
Yeah.
I mean, that really does, or even photography, just being. My number one go-to is I'm a biker. I've been on motorcycles since I was like in my early teens. So to really blow the cobwebs out, it's kind of getting on the bike and just riding somewhere I've never been before. I'll just look at a map and go, that looks interesting, and I just go. And
That looks like so fun if I was bulletproof and made out of metal.
have you
Scared of motorcycles.
really? Well, it's the other people, I think.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
But you have to. I believe you have to have a heightened awareness to be a biker. And
Oh, most certainly. Do you have a loud bike so people can hear it at least?
Yeah, I've had a few loud ones.
Like a Harley?
I used to have. At the moment, I ride a Triumph, a couple of Triumphs.
Oh, nice.
One that looks like an old school, but actually works. And then I thought I was never going to be one of those guys that ever kind of rode one of those 50s, the sort of adventure bikes.
With like the saddles with the boxes.
Kind of. Yeah, but it was relative half fairing. But I when I go for a ride and these random rides, I could be gone up in the mountains with no signal for 3.5, 4 hours. And there has been an occasion, or several in the past, where without signal, bikers had problems. And it gets pretty scary when you're in the wilderness and you've got no backup plan. I had an oil leak with a brand new bike and no signal, and I was literally rolling down any hill I could just to survive, make it to whatever little village I could find in the middle of nowhere.
Where were you?
In France.
Oh, wow.
So I tend to go up in the wilds back there, and so I decided also backside after 3.5 hours on one of the older style bikes is pretty painful. So I just have to look at one of the Triumph Adventure bikes. And
What do they look like? Can you tell us? Is that it?
So that's what my old bike looks like. That's actually my old bike with my old friend riding it. And that's the one where your ass kills after a couple of hours. But so yeah, those are the kind of views I get. Those are in the middle of nowhere.
Are these your photographs?
Yeah. These are just quickies on my phone. Just the places I find myself in the middle of nowhere. I mean, stunning places. And they're not far from where I am on the coast. And they're kind of on the border with Italy. So it's pretty unique stuff.
Where do you live?
I officially live in Monaco.
Oh wow! I was just there.
Yeah,
I was just there last summer. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Okay, well,
That's really beautiful.
it's not a bad place to
It's a
be.
weird spot.
It's a weird
It's like,
spot.
what's going on here?
This-
Why is everybody stacked up in apartments
It's
right here?
very transient. You know,
Yeah.
people come and go for whatever reason that they do, and I mean, most people like myself, you know, we have this kind of summer house getaway, so you can go breathe on the weekends.
Isn't it kind of a tax sheltery place
Yeah.
too?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
A lot of real rich folks go there to
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
hoard their
For
cash.
sure. But there's a few new places around the world that offer that kind of possibility.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Where else?
Well, Dubai's offering certain incentives now. Portugal, certain incentives.
Yeah, Dubai has like no income tax, right?
I've never been there, but
Is that the fact? Is that a fact?
I think it is. I'm not 100%
Yeah.
sure. But
I have a friend who just moved to Dubai. He's American and he's a filmmaker, and he says, "I feel so safe.
yeah, that's one element of
There's
it.
no crime."
As long as you're not doing
He said you
anything
could leave a
bad.
Rolex on the ground, and
Oh, yeah.
someone will pick it up and turn it to the police.
Yeah, I'm sure.
UAE does not levy income tax on individuals. However, it levies a 5% value-added tax on the purchase of goods. That's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Levied at each stage of the supply chain and ultimately borne to the end consumer.
Wow.
Fairly reasonable.
Yeah. So, although it's never inspired so far.
No.
Anyway.
No.
I think-
Well, there's a lot of like wild restrictions over there.
Oh yeah, and I like a bit of character with where I am. You know.
Yeah.
And, you know, one of the pleasures I find is, number one, I'm a biker, so I get to ride around a lot. I'm not really a beach guy. After 20 minutes, I start twitching. I need to do something. It's true. But I'm also a foodie as well. So, you know, Monaco's half an hour away from Italy. And there's actually a big crossover in the restaurants between French and Italian food.
Oh, wow.
And then you have places like the island of Corsica, which is French now. It's been through the mill a few times. It was English at one point. It was Italian at one point. It's, I think, a few other nations too. But I could see it from where I was. You can actually see the outline of Corsica from the south of France and from Monaco in certain locations. And I'd seen it for 25, 30 years and had never been. And a couple of years ago, I decided with a friend to hop in. I've got a little mini convertible, and that's my little run around. And decided to get the ferry, which is about 6 hours across, and drive, you know, with no bookings, no nothing, and just see if there was a hotel available, and drove around the whole island in 10 days. And it was one of the most magical places I've ever been to. It's like 10 countries on one island. The scenery is mind-blowing. And the south of it is very much like the Caribbean, crystal clear, turquoise blue waters. But the food, again, is this combination of it, the best of Italian, the best of French, and just the freshest of the freshest of the fresh. And I've only been down there about 2 or 3 times because this was only a few years ago, and I couldn't believe that and here's the other thing. Okay, the ferry's 6 hours, but you can get what they call a vomit comet. It's like a very short flight, you know. you could be there in the south of Corsica from Nice airport in 45 minutes, and it's a different world. It's an entirely stunning, gorgeous, different world with, again, scenery unlike I've ever seen before. And for such a small island, which we could, yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's just insanely beautiful. Let's call it Fascia, yeah. They, they're renowned for being. They can be a bit of a, tough nuts.
In what way?
If they don't like you, if you piss them off, excuse my French, they'll blow up your house. I mean, there was a report a couple of years ago that this guy's house, that he was causing some trouble and they didn't want him around. He blew up his house. He set it on fire and blew it up. I'm serious.
Well, I guess if you live in a small place like that, that's really amazing. You're probably very protective of someone coming along and ruining it.
They're exactly like that. I mean, if you don't,
I get that.
if you don't respect them,
Yeah, I get that.
yeah.
Well, whenever people say, like, if you go to France, they're very rude.
I get it.
I've gone to France. I didn't think they were rude, but I get how there's some Americans, like, hopping right off the cruise ship that are just fat and stupid.
There's just, I think if you're not prepared to be warm and friendly on the approach and treat them with the respect that they deserve in their own country.
Treat like you're a visitor.
Yeah.
You're thankful to be
Don't
there.
order them around.
Yeah.
Don't tell them what to do. And even though, they think it's quite funny that you try and speak their language. I mean, I can understand French pretty well and Italian and a few other things, but God help me if I try and speak it, because they don't laugh at you, but they'll speak back to you in English.
Right.
It's
That's the wonderful thing about English.
but at least make the effort is what I'm saying.
Sure. Show them that you're
So that
trying.
you're trying.
Yeah.
And
Say merci.
they kind of go,
Say that.
just thank you alone.
Yeah.
Don't just order them around, which I've seen many people do. It's a bit shocking.
Grazie mille.
See.
Yeah. Say a few things.
Yeah.
Just let them know that you're trying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I go to that. I try to go to Italy every year. Me and my family, we go there every year. I love it. It's just so.
Where do you head?
My favorite place is Ravello.
Where?
Ravello's on the Amalfi Coast.
Okay.
It's just so beautiful. But I like Rome too. It's a little touristy. The problem with Rome is it's overcrowded. There's a lot of touristy shit going on.
Rome is not my favorite. The reason why it's so appealing to me is because my first stepfather was Italian, Roberto Bassani, and he was very Italian, and he was the black sheep of the family. He was the naughty boy, and he was more like an older brother to me. Married to Mum after Dad, after John, and his family were involved in kind of hotels and restaurants from also London in the heyday of Italian restaurants. It was like the 70s. And so they had a few small hotels in different areas. And so whenever I was in school in London, or England at that time, we'd take these little trips to, Cortina or above Milan was the town called Foppolo that I used to go, unknown by most tourists, locals to go skiing in the winter, or Pesaro, which was on the east coast for summer holidays. So I spent a lot of time there growing up from the age of 5, 6, 7. She was only with him for about 3 or 4 years, but we stayed in touch. I used to go and visit him all the time because he was a laugh. Of course, sadly his lifestyle killed him with a couple of heart attacks at the end of everything.
Yeah, it goes when you're having a good time.
Yeah, he was having too much of a good time, I'm afraid. But I miss him dearly. He certainly was, one of those characters that you just, you admired.
When I go to Italy, it feels like almost immediately you have like a decrease in blood pressure.
Yes.
Like almost to meet it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's like the vibe of the people and the way they live is just relaxed.
They can be a bit stressed sometimes over the shouting at each other and the
Yeah, but even then, it doesn't seem like shouting. Like American shouting leads to violence.
Yes, this is true.
I hear American shouting like, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, agreed.
I hear Italian shouting like, what happened? Did someone in the kitchen fuck up? Like, what happened? What went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound pompous, but it does sound pompous. That if I have friends come over from the States or London, and I'll say, do you fancy it? Get some Italian tonight. And we'll get in the car and we'll be on the freeway or the motorway over there. And they get that saying, where the F are we going? I'm going, go for Italian. And there's a little town about an hour away from Monaco. Tiny little medieval town called, I won't give it away, actually, can't give it away. Where I'll just go and get the best spaghetti vongole on the planet, made by a grandmother who's in a kitchen, 10 by 10 at the best of times, with all and it's down on the water, and it's just it's Italy for me. If you're not in the mountains, if you're by the sea, at its best. And they all get dressed up at sunset. They all love to walk the promenade, and in their finest attire. And sit there and watch the world go by and drink their coffee and chat. And because I lived in LA for I think it was about 8 years, and I went back. The story of me going back actually was that I flew back to London to see a premiere of a film called Backbeat. It's about the early Beatles. I didn't know anything about it, but I had an invite, so I went to see it. And I met this guy who said, who's a line producer, film producer, and he said, you've been to Monaco before? I said, no, never even thought about it really. And he said, do you like Grand Prix? I said, not really a Grand Prix kind of guy. He said, well, listen, if you got nothing to do this weekend after you saw the film and the premiere, why don't you come down? I've got an apartment, I've got an extra room, I know the town inside out, and I was thinking, what am I going to do? Go back to LA and be numb again? And so I literally went down to Monaco the next day, and he just showed me around, and we went to this very famous restaurant on a famous corner called the Raskas Corner on the Grand Prix circuit. And it's literally where you're having a prawn cocktail and there's a car coming at you at about 180 miles an hour with just a chicken wire fence in front of your face. And you're going, how far away? Shit. I mean, directly in front of you. I mean, the car could be, this is it right here? Yeah, that's not the Raskas Corner, that's the Lowe's Corner. Raskas Corner is very, very famous for the spot. There it is. Yeah, that's it. So you'd be behind a chicken wire fence. This is a kind of modern version of it. But that's even more protection than it used to have. And you'd have a bit of lunch there, and they would, and that was the hot spot in Monaco for years and years. There were three brothers that owned it, real troublemakers. And it was a blast. But so you had the car, so I went, all right, I'm into this. And so I spent the summer down there. And I used to have a little bungalow on Mulholland and Coldwater. And I had a caretaker there because I had a dog at the time. And I just said, hi, Tim, pack it up, sell the house, I'm not coming back. And I didn't go back.
Did you take your dog?
The dog actually died before so it was getting on. But yes, that was it. Yeah, I just put everything in storage. I rented this kind of what could be seen as a Miami Vice kind of apartment on the 30th floor. It just had marble and a mirrored wall with no furniture, and so I bought a couch off of the floor of a store called Habitat because it would take like 6 weeks to order, and I had nothing. So I bought like a couch. I bought a TV, even though there was no English TV back then. This is 30 years ago. I just had a trunk to put the TV on, and occasionally you get American movies. And a mattress on the floor, and I lived like that for 10 years. I just was really stupid.
Did you enjoy it?
It was just stupid.
Did you enjoy it?
I've had three major.
I've had some people in your community in my server, and I have to say, comma, they are some of the coolest, comma,
London
most
back in the day used to be
enlightened,
a place
comma,
to
intelligent
party
people
and enjoy.
I have had the
And
privilege
then
to
I
meet.
moved to New York for a few years early in my career, in my early 20s. But I think I almost died there with the partying that went on at the clubs back in the heyday then, and it was celebrity central, with the likes of at the Limelight with Alice Cooper and a few other fruitcakes. And then I really did feel like I was, I could have
Gone off the rails.
yeah, easily. I was bored of it. I enjoyed it too much. And then I went out to LA, and a friend of mine had a convertible, and we just drove across Mulholland down to Malibu, and I went, wow, this is gorgeous. What the hell am I doing back? So I moved to LA. I packed up and moved. And I did exactly the same thing. I found a place to live, and I just, was there until I could get myself situated.
I think I met you in LA
Are you
in
serious?
1993.
That's a good possibility. That would have been mid to end of my term out there.
I was doing something for MTV, and you were one of the first celebrities that I met. I met Rico Suave and a couple
Shut
other
the
people.
front door. Yes, okay, yeah, because I was early in on the MTV stuff. The label I was with was pushing whatever, throw me on whatever was available.
I was with this woman who was an executive at MTV, and she was taking me around and showing me LA. I'd never been to LA before. And, I'd been once for a martial arts competition when I was young. Here was, and she took me into this nightclub, and you were at the front door about to get in. And I was like, oh, shit, just show me
Which one it was.
where. No, I don't. I remember very little about it.
Was I with some fruitcakes? I'm sure.
I don't remember. I just remember like, oh, that's a famous guy. John Lennon's son. Crazy.
All right.
Because, I was coming from New York.
Looks like we're live. What? George is already there with a comment. Hi there.
I was like, this is so strange. It was just strange to
I'm
me.
Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com,
MTV.
and welcome to another live video
Oh,
here on
You just
YouTube.
kind of like
It should be
this is what it's
another
like.
good one.
That's what everybody does. They go out to the clubs, and it's just
Yeah, the scary thing about LA was that you thought it was all over by 2 o'clock, because they literally pull your drinks at 1:30. But then they go to someone's house,
right.
and they continue till dawn, So that was dangerous too.
Yeah.
So I was happy that I got away from that.
Fortunately, I avoided all that.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some fun to be had, no question about it, but
I'm sure.
a lot of it was kind of dark too.
But yes, I'm sure. Well, that's when you start adding cocaine to human beings, you get darkness.
Oh, I have a lot of Jack Daniels too.
They go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I avoided all that, luckily. When I moved to LA, I'm one of those people that's like,
You were out
see
there.
where that's
How
going.
long were you out there for?
I guess 30. Well, no, not quite 30 years. 26 years, because I've been here
That's
before.
a stretch. Okay.
Yeah, most of my life, the most I've ever lived anywhere. I lived there. But I only went to
Welcome, I'm here.
very small handful of times. It was like I was dragged to them.
Yeah.
The last one I was dragged to was Naomi Campbell's birthday party, which was
I'm sure that was.
it was insane.
Yeah.
It was with Dave Chappelle. So Dave and I
Okay.
were at the Comedy Store, and Dave knows everybody.
Yes.
He's like,
Yeah.
hey man, there's a party up in the hills. You want to go? And I was like, I don't want to go to any fucking parties.
Yeah.
He's like, come on, man, I want to go alone. I said, okay. So me and Dave, we drove all the way up. It was like a scene in a movie.
Yeah.
Because like here is me and my super famous friend, and we're in my Porsche, and we're in my race car with GT3. So we're driving up in the hills, and then we have to stop at this place, and then you have to get on a shuttle, and then you get to the house, and then you get on an elevator, an outside elevator that takes you from the main house to the party house.
Right.
So they had a party house on the top of this hill. So we're up in this elevator with Demi Moore, which is weird as it is.
Yeah.
I'm like, hi, it's fucking weird. Hi, famous lady.
Yeah.
And then we get to the top of this hill, and it's just everybody, Lenny Kravitz, and all these different people.
Yeah.
And so Naomi Campbell, there's a photograph of her on the side of the hill that's literally 50 feet tall. It's an enormous naked photograph of her.
Of course.
Because it's her birthday.
Well, of course.
She's unbelievably beautiful still with old shoes. I don't know how old she is, but she looks sensational. So we get to the top of this place. We're hanging out. It's very weird. It's very weird. And then Dave pulls me aside. Man, I wouldn't want to be this famous. I go, hey man, you're the most famous motherfucker here. He goes, really?
Oh yeah.
Because we're a little high. He goes, really? I go, 100%. You're the most famous person
For
here.
sure.
We're just laughing. Like, this is so crazy. And then we got out of there and went right back to the Comedy Store. We're like, oh, I can't do this.
Yeah.
It's just too strange.
The scenes are pretty weird out there, that's for sure.
Well, it's also these celebrities, they can't hang out with regular people, I think. They feel too weird. So I think they try to get together.
Yeah.
And so we were like
that's absolutely spot on.
a vampire gang
Yes.
of famous people.
You are absolutely spot on.
They call it, like, he said it was like an eyes wide shut party. Like, that's what it feels
Yeah,
like.
well,
It feels
yeah,
like you're in a
I mean,
secret fraternity.
No, there's a few that I've left that I felt very uncomfortable being at.
Like what?
I couldn't tell you exactly where and when, but certainly some weird ones up in the hills that I just went, nah, this doesn't feel good.
There's something about the act of going up into the hills where you're going to the lair,
Well,
the dragon's lair.
Well, one of the things was the fact that, I mean, now you've got Ubers all over the place, but, back in my day, there was no taxis around either. So you get trapped.
Oh,
And then you figure, well, I'm here anyway.
yeah. You can't
Might
get
as well
out.
have another drink. And that's what would happen more often than not. But, so it's kind of better not to.
Definitely better not to, but maybe go a couple times.
Yeah,
So you
go
realize
and check it out. Yeah,
don't
go
wanna do
and
that.
see what that's all about. Yeah.
Yeah. Many people have lost
It's
their
messy
time.
though. Oh yeah,
They've lost their time to those places.
it's very messy.
It becomes a part of your life and your lifestyle. It's deeply unhealthy, both. It's physically unhealthy, but it's also like spiritually unhealthy.
Yeah.
It's a weird way to spend your time.
Been there, done that. Thank you very much.
And you look fine. You get
Yeah.
through it.
No, I did get through it.
But don't you think it's good to just know, though?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not the way to do
No,
it.
I think if you don't know, you can't talk about it. You can't understand
Right.
that weird journey that you go through. I think you have to do certain things sometimes just to realize what it's all about.
Well, LA
It's
is
that balance thing, the light and the
Yeah.
dark.
LA is so particularly odd too because everyone's chasing this very specific goal of notoriety. Like, it's success, but success is it's quantified by notoriety. Like, the more famous you are, the more popular, the bigger your song
even
is.
now, all you've got to have is a bloody iPhone
Yeah.
or whatever,
TikTok.
to earn an account, and that's
Yeah.
it. I mean,
Very strange.
yeah, really, really odd.
Yeah.
I can't quite get to grips with all of that, to be honest with you.
I don't think anybody can. And I think it's essentially being captured by a form of technology that has leveraged our desire for this attention, our desire for this notoriety. And
But it's also being known for nothing.
right.
That's the scary thing.
Yes.
And having this element of what seems to be the latest generation of this privilege,
Right. Right.
where they believe that, everything is owed to them.
Right.
And that entitled, yeah, and I find that shocking, you know.
But that comes along with the quest, right? If the quest is just notoriety, like if you're an artist and you happen to get famous because everybody loves your music or loves your photography or loves your books or whatever it is, that's a different sort of a relationship because people love you for what you've made, what you've produced.
Yeah, that's a purpose.
Yeah, and I love people like that because I'm fascinated by people that are able to create things that resonate with everybody or resonate with an enormous amount of people. It's fascinating to be around them and to kind of just, I know a lot of famous people now, and I know some of them are just fantastic people.
Yeah.
They're really interesting people.
Yeah. Well, you have very interesting people on your show, that's for sure. I mean, that's what intrigued me from, Professor Brian Cox, who I'm an absolute fan of.
He's amazing.
Meeting
Such a nice guy.
Lovely guy, mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing.
Too much information for my good.
It's so funny. I was talking about him with a friend of mine the other day, and my friend wasn't aware of him. And I had just done a podcast with him. And so I'd gone to the club from the podcast. I'm like, oh my God, I have this podcast. This guy blew my mind.
Yeah.
I've had him on several times. He's always amazing. And my friend looks at the photo. He goes, what does he look like? I pull up. He's like, is that guy in a fucking band or something? I go, yeah, he was in a band.
That's right.
He's like, no way.
Yeah.
He's in a successful band.
Yeah.
He's an actual brilliant scientist who was in a successful band.
Yeah. Mind-boggling. I mean, doesn't comprehend.
Because he looks like a rock star.
He does. He's not changed his look since the beginning.
And he's such a great science communicator.
Well, that's the thing. See, I love science, but I get lost in it sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But he is probably the closest I'll ever get to really trying to have an insight into what it's all about. As best as he can describe it.
He's really good at explaining to people that don't have the proper understanding of all the terminology and all the ways they discover it. He can lay it out for the layperson.
Yeah. Which is why he's so fascinating, which is why everybody should know him.
Yeah, his show is wonderful too. Have you ever seen the show? They do a live.
No, I have not.
Enormous screens, and they show you history of the universe and stellar nurseries and all this wild stuff.
Yeah,
really incredible stuff.
No, fantastic.
Yeah,
fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I've been very fortunate in that way that I've had the chance to talk to so many extraordinary people, and it's great. But it makes talking to boring people almost painful. Like you're just holding your breath.
Well, I don't know which category I'm in.
You're not the boring guy. No.
Well, I can be. I think we all can be, I guess, at some stage. But
just the fact that you're willing to do what you've done is to take these trips and just move to a place. I think that's great. I think people need more of that in their life. I think you could see the world from your neighborhood and from where you live and get a really distorted sense of this experience, this very unique experience of these bizarre thinking creatures interacting with each other on this isolated planet that's hurling through the universe.
Yeah.
And you could think that you kind of understand the experience until you go to other places.
Well, I see you're a big fan of Bourdain as well. Right?
Yeah.
And I loved his show. So I still watch them all the time. It's just what he discovered and how he entrenched himself with the people that he went to meet and the conversations and the food. That's my cup of tea right there. I think, how can you not want to do that, learn and love that experience?
Well, he had such a infectious passion for different cultures and their food and the art of food. He was the first guy that made me consider that cooking is actually an art form. I kind of knew it, but I didn't think of it. I kind of just said, oh, delicious food, awesome. Oh, this guy's a really great chef, awesome.
Yeah.
And then I watched his first show, No Reservations, oh, okay, duh, it's art. It's art that you eat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's why they're all weird and they all have tattoos and fucking weird earrings.
Yeah.
Okay, they're artists. Okay, that makes so much sense. And I was like, oh, you ignorant fuck. You would never put it in that category. Because I just decided, no, that's just food. But no, there's an art to food.
It's another level.
Yeah, like the place you were talking about, linguine with clams, linguine vongole, which is my favorite dish of all time.
Spaghetti vongole.
Oh, when it's done, right?
I promise that if you ever come back to Monty, as we call it, I'll drive you.
Oh, I'll go. I'll go.
We'll go for spaghetti vongole and hope the dear grandmother's still alive.
It also makes me angry because when I eat pasta and pizza over in Italy, I don't feel like shit. And then I come to America and I eat the same supposed things, and I feel
I can eat a friggin' salad here and put on weight. I don't know what's going on. I'm serious.
yeah, seed oils,
Absolutely.
seed oils in the salad dressing, sugar.
Yeah, all of that.
Yeah.
I agree. I live. It's a much healthier lifestyle over there, without question.
Oh yeah, the food hasn't been violated.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, that's true.
it's generally organic.
You can eat pizza every day and pasta every day.
Yeah.
And also, that I think the other real big thing here is the portion control as well.
Yeah, we're gluttons.
I mean, you can have one plate full of food here and it'll serve 4 people in Europe,
Yeah.
literally.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. I think I was poor when I was young, and I think because of that, I'm even more of a glutton.
Yeah.
So I just want more food.
Right.
I want all the food.
Yeah.
And then I work out a lot, so I'm always hungry.
Yeah.
So then I have a
That's a
real
different
hungry.
thing.
But yeah, I mean, the only thing that keeps me from fat is my exercise routine and discipline.
Yeah.
If I was just giving into my whims, I'd be 500 pounds.
Yeah, for sure.
I just love food.
Yeah.
It's especially when
Food
you go
is
to a different
fat.
culture.
No.
If you go to somewhere like you can go to Thailand and eat authentic Thai food in Thailand, it's like, oh man,
Oh yeah.
there's something special.
And it's great when you got friends who have that same appreciation that while you're eating lunch, you're talking about dinner.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how excited you are about food.
And it just realigns your priorities. Like, what really are you trying to get out of life? You're trying to get out of life memorable experiences with people you care about. Those are like the best moments in life.
No question about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I long for that.
Yeah.
Because also I go on these very long working time periods, and I don't get to see a lot of friends quite often.
Mhm.
And so I really try and work out, look at my schedule these days and go, I'm taking some time out here for a couple of days. I want to see my friends. I want to say hello. I want to share some time and stories and food with them. So it's become a key thing to have that included in running around like a headless chicken all the time.
Is that what inspired your photography? Because this book is really excellent. Your photography is great.
Thank you. It was a dear friend, Timothy White, who's a celebrity photographer, and he'd done my second and third album, and we were doing a charity single called Lucy, which was about Lucy Bowden, who was the Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, who died from lupus. And then I became the lupus, the ambassador for the Lupus Foundation of America. We were doing a single to raise money called Lucy, and we were doing with another great artist called James Scott Cook. And we were doing a photo shoot, and he sent me some pictures, and I started screwing around with his pictures. And he said to me, and you actually don't do that with another photographer's work. He said, what the fuck are you doing with my pictures? He said, where did you learn how to do this? I said, well, I didn't. I just, I'm intuitively inspired to play around with stuff, I'm still a big kid. So, and he said, well, do you have other photos? Do you actually have photos yourself that you've taken and worked on? I thought I've got bits and bobs, but nothing. So he and I sat down and looked through all the photos I had, and I think there was maybe 1,000 at that time, which isn't much at all. And now over 120,000 photos. It's mind-boggling. That's why this was difficult. But so he said, Jules, why don't you do something with this stuff? And I said, what? What am I going to do? He said, listen, you should do an exhibition. You've got some really beautiful things here. And I said, listen, I'll do it. I'll do it if you mentor me through the whole process, which he did. And And I was probably more petrified at the first exhibition that I did, which was in New York at the old CBGB's, which turned into the Morrison Hotel Gallery. And that was in 2010, I think. And I was more petrified the 3 days leading up to that than I was ever going on stage. Well, probably my first ever stage performance, which I did in Dallas at rehearsal space that was down here for the first ever tour. Again, the anxiety, it's the unknown. I don't know what, the worry of what people are going to think, because, not just being you, but John Lennon's son, being the second John, so to speak, was always an issue for me. Feeling like you have to doubly prove yourself. And literally an hour or two before the opening as well, there was the most horrendous storm and downpour in New York, and I thought, well, that's it. Nobody's coming. But to my utter delight, I had reviews from fine art photography magazines, etc., that gave me nothing but praise, and I was shocked.
Wow.
Absolutely shocked. So I just continued doing that. I'm now over, I think, 42 exhibitions worldwide, and I just finished my biggest one in Venice at a museum over the last 3 months. And the book, in fact, I had approached other publications before, but pretty much turned down by everybody. And then out of the blue, earlier this year, this company out of Berlin called Tenoise said, listen, do you want to do a photography book? I said, hell yeah. And they said, why haven't you done one before? I said, because nobody gave me the opportunity. Excuse my French.
Do you think that's because you're John Lennon's son? Like, there's a burden that is very unique to you.
I certainly recognize that there's walls up, without question.
What is that like? Like, what are the walls? Like, do you think it's just they dismiss you?
Because something's going on. I mean, I've discussed this with Rebecca, who you met, my manager, and a few other people. There's occasions where I'll be totally blank. Like with the last album I came out with, Jude, which took, in between 5 and 30 years to write and record. It was old songs and new songs that I wanted to balance the sound. And it was at a time when I'd gone through a lot of changes myself, and I had decided to finally call myself B. Julian. I'd been John Charles Julian Lennon all my life, but everybody had always known me as Julian. Even mum and dad called me Julian. So I'm like, I want to be me finally. So by deed poll in 2020, I said, right, I'm going to be Julian, and the album's going to be called Jude. And the reason I called it Jude was it was finally not only an acceptance, but actually, what's the terminology? I'm actually taking ownership, should I say, of the name Jude and what that represented for all these years to other people and to me. Right. So anyway, I that was, the album was a biggie for me. Calling the album Jude for starters, inciting, right? Hopefully positive things. But the weird thing was, I put this whole band together, and I wanted to, as a starter, to go on all the TV shows that I'd always ever wanted to appear on. For instance, in England, like Jules Holland. Later with Jules Holland, which is the only live music show that I've watched all my life, literally. There's Graham Norton, which which and I'd done their radio shows, which is really, really weird. And we got on like a house on fire, and I performed live, and that all went down well. And it was kind of like, see you on the real show. Producers turned me down, and and same with a lot of the late night American shows. Got just didn't. They weren't interested. And I had I'd done the name change. I'd been away for 10 years. I called the album Jude. There was a lot to talk about, and a great deal more than I'm presenting right now. But anyway, I was turned down, and that still happens to me. Which saddens me, because just when you feel like you want to open up, and answer any question you can throw at me, I've not been allowed to. That's what it's felt like, that I've not been allowed to speak my piece, whatever that is.
Well,
on whatever subject matter.
it's weird. It's like the gatekeeper aspect of it is weird, but it's also weird. Like, why not? Like, what would be the hesitance?
I don't understand.
It's the idea of the son of a great man, and there's this weird. We have a dismissal, and I'm very guilty of it myself. The son of a great man. I always simulate that it's fucked. It's like the burden's too high. Your dad's John. Iconic.
Well, I think with a lot of people, they don't want anybody to interfere with that. I mean, how dare the son come along and even try and be better in any way, shape, or form, or be as good as, or whatever.
Whatever. Yeah, you're immediately dismissed.
Which is why to a certain degree, photography really appealed to me. Number one, because and the reality is I prefer it behind the camera. I don't mind being a goofball once in a while, doing in front of the camera and things, but I'm not really comfortable there. But behind the camera, and traveling is what I have a foundation called the White Feather Foundation, and we try to help people all over the world. And it started. I know that you have interest in indigenous cultures, and I don't know if you know the backstory to the White Feather Foundation.
I don't.
Okay, so here we go.
Okay.
I was on tour with probably my most, at least outside of America, most well-known song. It was at number one and top 10 in the countries all over the world except for America. And it was called Saltwater. And Saltwater is about environmental and humanitarian issues. And I was number one in Australia. I was doing all kinds of shows. I was doing promo and tour as well. And I found myself in Adelaide. And I got this call from the hotel management saying, excuse me, Mr. Arnold, but there's an Aboriginal tribe down here with TV crews who want to say hi. And I thought it was like an on-the-road prank. I said, yeah, sure. Why would they be coming to see me? They said, and they called back and they said, no, this is serious. Can you come down, please? And so I think the TV crews, Aboriginal tribe, what's this about? And so I kind of get dolled up a little bit because I don't know what the TV shows are or cameras. I go down. And in the lobby, there's a little platform and about 30 people, half of them indigenous, TV crews, a bunch of other stuff. And I honestly have no idea what it's about. And this woman, who's the elder of this particular tribe called the Merning people, walked up to me and presented me with a male swan's white feather, which is about yay big, and said, can you help us? You have a voice. Can you help us? And I just kind of went, well, do I just continue being the rock and roller, or do I step up to the plate, whatever that means? And so
What specifically did they want help with?
well, I'll tell you. Initially, I didn't know what their problems were. I imagined that it would be the same as most other indigenous tribes around the world that have had issues, and they said, can you help us? And I said, I'll do it for the children. So I guess what I was saying is the next generation I can try and anyway. So that this woman was called Iris. She was the elder. She's since passed in the last year or so. But I spent 10 years making a documentary with a best friend, Kim Kindersley, who initiated this whole thing. We made a documentary called Whale Dreamers. Independent, we had no money really behind it, no sponsorship. We won about 8 international independent film awards, which was great. But the backstory to this is that the dad had said to me, and I couldn't tell you when or where, just was one of those times that we were together. He just said that, if something ever happens to me, that I'll let you know that to let you know that I'm okay, or that we're all going to be okay, will be in the form of a white feather. Whoa. So when that woman presented me with a white feather, the goosebumps came on heavy. I get them now every time I talk about the story.
I'm getting it.
So yeah, there she is. There's Iris, and there's Bunna, who's one of the other guys.
That is so crazy.
I still have that, but I still have that in the original envelope. She gave it to me, and it's in a very special place at home.
I mean, you can talk all about coincidences.
No, that for me, I'm sorry, that was undeniable, regardless of where my faith or spirituality or religion was. To me, that was this is real. This is as real as it gets.
It's funny because people love to dismiss these things, like, oh, hogwash, oh, it's just coincidence, oh, it could have been a variety of different things. But the reality is, mathematically, like, what are the odds? Just what are the odds that you would be contacted by an indigenous tribe and they would bring you the very thing that your father said he would provide you as proof?
Yeah, and I was in Australia, number 1 at the time, with
Right.
Saltwater, the most environmental humanitarian song I've ever written
Right.
and performed.
Right.
So I said, yeah, I'll do what I can. So we made the film, and then with the advent of course, the internet, I thought, okay, we'll put a website together to sell the film later, and I also said to my business manager, I said, if we make anything on this, I said, I want everything to go back to the mining people. And he said the only way that can happen is if you have a foundation. So initially the foundation was just a vehicle, just to pass money along. But I started the White Feather Foundation to have, again, a vehicle to sell the film. And then slowly but surely I would start getting these emails from people over the years, over time, saying, well, can you help us? Okay, well, I'm really foundation. I did this project and I thought that was it. Anyway, there were a few there was lots of emails, and I finally said, well, all right, this is a platform. Let me see if I can. Okay, what am I interested in? What can I do? There's plenty of other charities out there. There's plenty of other people doing other things. But what can I do? What's most important to me? Indigenous tribes were the first, so the mining people. And then, in fact, in the film itself, in Whale Dreamers, Kim, the director, or friend of the director, had already done a segment of a film where he grouped 80 of the elders of the world's indigenous tribes, 80 from around the world, around a fire, and just filmed them to talk about their plight and what they had in common, and the fact that their cultures and land were being taken away from them, being destroyed, etc. So that became one of the first orders of the day: protect the money, protect indigenous tribes around the world, try to buy back their lands and protect their cultures and their people, and try and support them in whatever way we can, which is what we continue to do. And I was in Kenya, going to different schools and health clinics, mostly girls' schools. I set up a scholarship in my mum's name, the Cynthia Lemon Scholarship for girls. So we send them to college and universities where they go to learn how to protect their people and their families and cultures. And so we support, we build health clinics and dormitories, and we do, because, the stories that I heard from these girls about having to walk to and from schools that took 3 to 6 hours, and they'd be exhausted by the time they got to home or to school, and that they, in order to get ahead, they had to pass certain exams, but they had the threat pretty much every day of being raped or murdered, and they would literally stay in their own schools, sleep in the classrooms, and convert them to dormitories at night so that they felt protected. It was when they went home, they were doing 3 hours of chores every night before they could do any homework, and then go to sleep and then walk to school again. So you hear these incredible stories that just realize how lucky you are. And so we try to help. Again, the indigenous, we do help with health and education as far as young kids, young girls across Africa, Kenya and Ethiopia, and also my last trip was to Colombia, to South America, to visit the Koji tribe, who were these insane people that chew the cocoa leaves. But they used to be fishermen years ago before the Spanish arrived in the 1600s and chased them off into the Sierra Nevada mountains.
Is it cocoa leaf or cat?
Yeah, it's cocoa leaf.
Cocoa leaf.
Yeah. They chew it and mix it with spit. And then, but they're all off their heads really. But they still have this beautiful culture, and I was only there for a few days, and we were up in the mountains with them. And there's another group, there's an NGO, another group called the Amazon Conservation Team, who the Whitefellow Foundation worked with, and we went down there and was able to buy back some of their land, and we did a couple of ceremonies with them, which were very, very beautiful. But one of the most, probably one of the happiest moments of my life, and I've only mentioned this once or twice, was that we came back down from the mountains and we came to the sea where we were staying in huts, and the Koji tribe came down with us, and they lit a fire on the beach. Sun was just going down, and there was no phones, no computers, no nothing, and we were just sitting on the beach. And the fire's between myself and the Koji tribe. And the sun's just going down and the waves are right in front of it. It's just very beautiful. Nobody on the beach. Old, beautiful, beaten up tree trunks that have washed up on the shore, and just a little haze from the water and the sand being blown. And there was a peace that I can't explain. I looked over at them, and through the fire, the flames of the fire, and we just smiled. There was no word. It was just some level of peace that had been found, just living in that moment. of that present moment, and then the sun going down, and then because there's no street lights or anything else around, you saw every star in the sky possible. And so with that transition, hanging out with this one of the oldest tribes in South America, with the fire, with the sea, with the sky and the stars, I can't even describe it. It was one of the most loving and most peaceful moments of my entire life. The simplicity of it. It was actually the simplicity of it all, and just the human heart and the appreciation for the world that we live in. It's like, well, that's partly why I do what I do, even with the photography, is capturing those moments, those once in a lifetime moments. And the other thing is that how I started doing photography was when I was on the road a lot. You do these real long haul flights, to America or to Asia or wherever. And back in the day, you only had one movie on a projector. That was it. You didn't have TV screens on the iPhones or anything to watch anything.
Right.
So once the movie was done, and had a bit, bit of food or whatever, that was it. Most people would go to sleep. I would always be twitching, of course. So I'd be looking out the window and staring at the clouds. And I realized that, what I was seeing was literally just moments. And they would never be again. They would be gone, fleeting, that's it. Whatever that cloud, that light, that shade, that shadow, the color, the beauty of that, the enormity of it as well was. So I started taking pictures of clouds. And I just thought that at these moments, while everybody else was asleep on the plane, I'd be sitting there looking out, either thinking about everything that was on my mind in the world, or I'd be thinking of nothing at all, and I'd just be at peace. And again, like that moment in Colombia, just absorbing everything that I found to be beautiful that was surrounding me. So clouds were my thing at first. That was my moment to either get away or think about everything. But mostly that kind of element of freedom and space, and just, am I the only one seeing this? Everybody else is asleep.
Everyone's distracted.
Yeah, so I started taking pictures of clouds, and then I knew a few rock and rollers, so I started taking pictures of those too, and then one thing led to another, because I'd go on these trips to Ethiopia with great organizations like Charity Water, and again Kenya and South America and a number of other places. I just would take a camera with me, because I have to confess, and I've said this a few times, I have the worst memory of anybody I know. Absolutely terrible. So in a way, this was taking a camera with me was to catalog what was going on. And it was only when I was back home and I put them on the screen and I go, oh, that's quite a nice picture. No, that's not so bad. What if I just did this, that, and the other? And so I started making collections of my journeys, which eventually became my website, my photography. I've never done a paid gig as such, and I've never used nothing that wasn't natural light or present light. So I've never set anything up. I've always tried to, again, get that moment, whatever it was. And then, I had the opportunity, I know in a bit of a roundabout circle, but the publishers came to me earlier this year saying, do you want to do a book? And I'm thinking, well, yes, and how do I do this? And because a lot of people don't know I'm a photographer in any way, shape, or form, I thought, okay, can I make it a retrospective? Can I make it all the stuff that I'm interested in? Because often as a photographer or even a musician, you go, well, what is your favorite thing? What do you take pictures of? What does your songs about? About everything. Right. Why do they? that the idea of being pigeonholed in any way, shape, or form horrifies me.
Me too.
So this was a way for me to show my work, and it was a bit of a nightmare too, because I had decided with the onset of this exhibition I'd been offered in Venice at this museum, alongside Helmut Newton, no less. Why don't I try and marry the two so I have the book come out at the same time as the exhibition? Now that meant working on the book like an absolute fruitcake madman on crack. I mean, we were doing 9 to 12 hours a day virtually, because he was based at the guy who I was working with from the publishers was based in Berlin, and I was where I was. So this would be virtual, back and forth, trying to figure out what makes a photography book great. It was something else. We did it in a couple of weeks. It was insane, and the hardest job of it all was because I used to shoot anywhere between 150 and 100 pictures for a collection. I was never one of those that had like a limited edition of 4 or 10 pictures. Again, this was just a catalogue of the work of what I'd seen.
How you doing, Cannon Torch?
But then I had to,
Hope you're doing well.
in those moments, I had to learn how to make a collection of 50 pictures, 5 pictures. I'm going, well, how the hell do I do that? How am I going to do that?
Yo, what up, Rabbi?
How you living, Tim?
Tell the same story.
What's good in your neck of the woods?
No, just woke up and passed out.
Word, dog.
Did you see that Music Biz Marty said what's up to you?
Yes, I did. I
A little bit
responded.
ago?
Yes, I did. I responded. You know what's a weird thing? I don't understand why he doesn't name his Discord just Music Biz Marty.
I mean, that is how you find it. Like, it's / Music Biz Marty.
You're right.
PG Music Biz
You're
Marty,
right.
I think.
You're absolutely right. That's right, and that makes sense. I don't know why the name though isn't Music Biz Marty. Here's why I say that. I'm probably more Discords in and out of than like anybody on Earth. And when I go and I look and it says down at Juggalos only, no Juffs allowed, I have no idea what that means. And I'm like, oh, well, how the fuck did I get in here? And I leave. And I think that's what happened previously, because he's always been nice to me. And honestly, his community is phenomenal. I mean, that's how I met you, and that's how I met that doctor guy and Lemon and some other people. So I'm very positive towards his community. It's just, I know it's like an inside joke, and if you were in all his stuff, you would understand. Or if I were in all his stuff, I would understand. But yeah, just to like an outsider, it's confusing to me. But nevertheless, I'm in there. I'm streaming. There was who's Anaconda? Or Anaconda or something. What is this person's name? Who's the person who?
Oh man. She is definitely not one to get mixed up with.
Who is that?
She's an attention. She. I can send you a video, but
nope.
She's.
Just tell me.
Yeah.
I don't. The
she's
people.
A locale. She's
okay.
A locale, but she plays into it, and she said some extremely bad things online.
Okay, well, good to know. Anaconda has accepted my friend request. There you go. You're like, why did you send her a friend request? Baby, it's about attention. I don't really care. I mean, I knew it was a risk, but it's like, okay, whatever. All right. I need to tweak something that I said yesterday. I was saying that Dulce was basically found in Cherokee lands. It's Navajo lands, so I wanted to change that. Just to clarify, I hate when I don't have things like 100% aligned to the best of my knowledge. But yeah,
I know that in New Mexico is where the Hopi art as well.
right? With those. Well, hold on. I don't want to, because I don't know indigenous tribes that well. Um,
The
And the-
Hopi tribe are the one who have the stories of hiding underground
right,
and being saved by the ant people, and it translates in their tongue to Anu, Naki.
right,
So it's kind of interesting.
totally.
Yeah, the Hopi tribe, they also have fucking beautiful, jewelry and I mean, if you just drive in, what is it, the 60 back this way, or can't remember exactly which highway it is, but they've got a couple different Hopi stops right there.
And they also, as I understand, New Mexico has the Pueblo, and they have those, you know, homes in the mountains or cliff sides, which are very
Oh yeah,
interesting.
yeah. I've never seen those with my own eyes, but I think you're right. I think those are in New Mexico, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm looking at a map right now, and it's all over that. Yeah, I wonder how that works. I guess since they're on their own land, they don't get as. I mean, I would hope that they wouldn't get like bothered. Like I'm thinking, like, how does mail delivery work if you're like in the side of a cliff? But I guess there's probably like one central location to be able to get everything, and I'm sure not everybody lives in a fucking cliff. But I just think that's fascinating. I don't even know if anybody lives in a cliff. Let's take a look at this. ChatGPT. You know what I'm talking about? Those Pueblo
I
houses.
actually don't know. Do they have like this mail system?
No, that I don't know. But you know what Pueblo houses are? Like the houses that are in the in
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. Like
cliffside.
those pueblos that are like in the canyon, on like the
Exactly.
side of a mountain, or it looks like a canyon almost.
Exactly. Yo, dog. Do people still live in the side of cliffs in Pueblo houses? Nah, people don't live in cliffside Pueblo houses anymore, at least not traditionally. The cliff dwellings you're thinking of were built by Native American cultures like the ancestral Puebloans, also called the Anasazi. Very interesting. Around 600 to 1300, uh, these cliff dwellings, like those in the Cliff Palace in Colorado or Bandelier National Monument in New Mexico, were abandoned centuries ago for various reasons. Environmental stress, resource depletion, and shifts in culture and society. Today, descendants of these ancient peoples like the Hopi, Zuni, and other Pueblo tribes. So the Hopi are from the Pueblos. Okay, live in modern communities, but cliff dwellings are mostly preserved. Oh, okay, so nobody lives in those things. All right. Well, I was wondering, like, how the fuck do you like heat that shit? How do you keep it insulated? All right. Well, that answers that. All right. We're watching Julian Lemon, son of John Lemon, on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he also interviewed today Rob Blagojevich. Are you excited about it?
I mean, Heart Doctor called and wants to move up to see me sooner. So it's like, okay.
How much?
Everything's all right.
How,
I'm not excited.
how much more did they move it up?
Well, I'm not sure because I thought they just told me everything is kind of seemingly okay, and then now I don't know. But one doctor thinks I have, like I said, what's it fucking called? Ehlers-Danlos syndrome because of like my pain and hyperflexivity. Basically, being able to be double jointed can be a sign of something not good. So,
Okay.
Apparently I might have like a connective tissue thing, and that could explain chronic pain.
Dude, that's weird that you say that. Um, that connective tissue issue. No pun, no rhyme intended, I guess. The
Yeah.
I'd never heard of it until Monday, and this guy was on Kill Tony, and he said he had it, and apparently Billie Eilish has it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you're in
I'd never heard of it until honestly.
Let me make sure it's correct. And what's the name of it?
Maybe a month ago. But up until then, like, I'm double jointed or something. Like, I'm flexible. I do yoga. Even when I'm fat. Which I'm never all that fat.
What's the name of it?
Ehlers-Danlos, EHLERS dash DANLOS.
I gotcha. All right, let me make sure that's the same thing. Because if not, I'm just telling tales out of school. Ehlers-Danlos exercise intolerance. Okay. I could totally do that. I am almost sure I'm on it. But I'd never heard of it.
No, it's likely.
Yeah, there's
It
no.
does affect a lot of people.
Billie Eilish does not have it.
On what,
But she does have.
she doesn't?
Well, not that syndrome, but let me see. She's got some connective tissue issue. Joint hypermobility syndrome.
Yeah, I have that.
Okay. There you go.
Apparently it's not normal to be able to bend as far as I can bend.
And that's a bad thing?
It's a sign. Like, if your thumb can touch your forearm, no problem.
If your thumb can touch your forearm?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you can like bend it back, like, no problem. Like this, I guess.
Let's
So,
see.
I mean, you just take it, you drop it down, and if you can just...
Wait, you're using another hand, though?
If you can take one hand...
Yeah.
And manipulate it, like if you can do it at all, apparently...
I can see that.
That's a sign. Even apparently this, being able to bend my pinky, like, 90 degrees up or whatever, I don't know.
The first one I can't do, or it feels like I'd break my wrist.
Good at yoga too.
The second one I can do, but very interesting. All right. Well,
yeah.
There you go. Can you do the splits?
But I also... Okay, what?
Do the splits?
When I was younger, I could. I have a hip issue now. Like, I have tight hips from the car accident. But I am flexible. I can double over. I can completely touch my toes. I can palm the ground, straight leg. I can put my palm on the ground. Apparently, those are signs. If you can do it, no problem.
Yeah, those seem like positive things.
You'd think, right?
Right.
But it also comes with pain in all my joints.
Yeah, okay, that would not be good.
I don't know. But unfortunately, some people don't have the pain. I usually have a high tolerance for pain, except for this thing. It's in all my joints. It feels like glass or sand or something, like rust.
Right. I'm watching this Joe Rogan with Julian Lennon, and there are, I don't know, there's a I don't know what the saying is. I'm sure there is one. Like, just nobody's perfect, and okay, so hold on a second. What's a saying, like, nobody's perfect? Basically, like, no matter how great you think a figure is, like, for instance, John Lennon or Martin Luther King or Gandhi, they all have skeletons in their closet, so to speak. Nobody's perfect. What's another saying for that? A profound saying?
I don't know.
Every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. All right. I mean, that's a little Christian, but that's fine. What else?
It sounds like a pretty fucking Catholic saying, honestly.
Yeah. Um, okay, but yeah, I mean the thing is, I've known people who are just like super Beatles, just Beatles, like they're incredibly big Beatles fans, and
Yeah.
especially John Lennon because he died and he's almost like a martyr. But if you learn about what kind of father he was and husband in ways, he was just terrible, and it makes you
I
want
mean, yeah,
you want him to have been like amazing because he put out all this amazing
and
music.
everything.
Yeah, exactly. But that's such a big hole in his story, like
Like,
um, that he's just not.
it's almost as if he was too much artist to be able to be a dad.
Yeah, I mean, it gets into that.
And it's a cop out. That's a cop out. I'm not trying to make excuses for the guy. He should have been there better for his kids, obviously, his kid. But it's like, but I mean,
Kids,
what do you expect from John fucking Lennon? You know what I mean? I don't
right? I would
know.
just expect him
To
if
be
he's like talking about
how do you
peace
think
and love.
Jimi Hendrix kid, if he had one, would have had stories? You know?
Did Jimi Hendrix have children?
I don't know, but I mean, like even Bob Marley. Bob Marley's all about peace and love and everything, and he didn't even barely know most of his kids.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, just just by having more kids, he was spreading love through the world. You know what I mean? Like it was almost culty.
Right. Jimi Hendrix did not have biological children, which
He didn't have any biological kids, but you
no.
can imagine what it would be like if he did. And in this day and age, someone's telling like a tell-all story about like they're just like, oh, what's it like to be Jimi Hendrix's son? Yeah, you got to imagine it would probably be like, my dad was like always on the road, right?
Right. After his death,
Like that.
several individuals have come forward with paternity claims, but none have been conclusively proven. And that's another interesting one where I'm in all these subreddits, and one of them is like Ancestry, and another is like 23andMe. And a lot of times, what happens is these people take these tests, and it turns out that their parents aren't the people who they thought they were. Usually, I mean, their dad isn't who they thought they were, and it causes all
Yeah,
kinds of issues within their family, like major issues. Like you basically find out that your mom cheated on your dad, and
yeah.
or the man who raised you was not your father or whatever, and it just causes major issues when you get into these paternity claims. Like I'm somebody who wants everything to be perfect, and I would be like, oh, there should like everybody should have one, so then we know who every single person is on it, and that's fine if everything's been kosher within your family. But if it hasn't, then you run into
Yeah.
issues where a deep pain can happen. It can
I
cause
think we should be doing genetic tests to make sure that people are compatible to have kids. Um, like you don't want
that's done.
you don't want two
That's done in
people
some situations.
with recessive. Well, that's what I mean. There's a lot more of these particular issues that only arise when two people with a really rare gene interact, and unfortunately, the population size is getting to a point where some of these rare things that only occur within certain populations are occurring more often in certain cities. Like if there's something that has really only classically affected, you know, let's just say like a German heritage population, but the majority of that German population scientifically was that which emigrated to America, in the 1800s or something, then there could be a population that right now, like there's two people on both sides. It's one thing to have the recessive gene from one parent, but getting it from two parents is what makes things really bad usually. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so that's all I mean. Like not so much, not eugenics, but I think that it'd be good to make sure that you're not accidentally passing on something horrible, which is it's happening still.
That's
You
done.
know?
That's done. And I've known people to do that, especially with some cultural, um, cultural um, diseases like Tay-Sachs. I know people who will see have the testing done, and in some cases, they are not compatible, meaning that they're off,
Exactly.
and that's where it gets heartbreaking. Where you have two people who are in love, and if they have children, their babies will die at like age 3. Like there's a very high percentage of that. And
Exactly. And as fucked up as it is, I think that if we all had like a baseline test, and it's like, and if ouch, oof, like, you can start dating someone, and instead of asking, hey, what's your sign, like,
yeah, you'd ask what's your
but
haplotype.
that's a good example. Like if there was, out of the 12 zodiacal signs, if there was a scientific thing there that that you could only breed with another 10, and for some reason, like, it would really make problems if you interacted with even your own or another. You always had to go outside your own whatever, just to ensure health, and not just health, not just like stabilizing the human race, but again, like as far as like the transhumanist thing, like, to create a better human in the future, we need to be trying to stop problems from arising, and those problems, I don't see. I've never seen any of the problems that have anything to do with race, like mixing races. So I'm not talking about that by any means. I'm just talking about, like, a guided breeding program, as fucked up as that might sound.
Yeah, that's eugenics.
Wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great if we made sure that most humans in the future were like 6'4" and geniuses because of guiding breeding program?
Yeah,
And I think that you'd have to mix the races. I think that we'd all be a bunch of gray people. Again, I bet we'd all be like the grays. You know what I mean?
we wouldn't be great, just like a beige, and that's what's happening.
That's what I mean.
And
Yeah,
it's
it'd be like a beige, but
it's
maybe it would be like evolution.
it's moving away from that happening naturally, at least with reproduction, and really into gene editing, so that you can have two people who previously would be incompatible edit their genes so that they would be, and then they can continue to have children.
Yeah, and that I definitely agree with. But you never know what might arise with that as well. If it's perfect yet, if it's not, or whatever. And then there's, I don't know. I think it's also good to kind of have like a baseline on that, in case, like, what if all of technology falls in a way? What if it's not something that most people have access to? I don't know. I guess like a simple test, a genetic test, which the genetic test I'm talking about, it costs like $300 these days, because it doesn't like trace your this is where your family migrated from throughout the history. It just tells you, like, you've got genetic factors for these diseases. That's all I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to figure out, racial identity or anything with this. I'm talking about,
Yeah, but
if
then I don't think we
there's
give.
a man, woman who each have a gene, and the kid will definitely have a problem, then that needs to be known before these people have a kid, so that they can either decide to not have a relationship or go to CRISPR. You know what I mean? But they should know this before they're in a situation to bring in life that is going to have a lower quality of it.
Yeah, I mean, some of the diseases, I think, will be very specific. So let's say you have two people who have a higher risk of heart disease. Okay. And there's a thought like, okay, well, we shouldn't reproduce because our child will have an even higher risk of heart disease. Yeah, but if they live a healthy life and perhaps there are ways to cure heart disease in the future, then they shouldn't have an issue. So there's an argument to be made, I think, that you can have people reproduce and just rely on medical advancements to perhaps be able to cure these things or prevent them. I mean, if it's like Down syndrome, that's a really that's something that's not really, at least at current the way science currently views it. If it's already taken effect, then there's no reversing it. When you can reverse heart disease, so I think it really depends on what the disease is too, and when it sets in. If it's a
Yeah.
disease that sets in at age 50 versus it's at birth, I think that can have a major impact.
And you know, or even like there's other diseases too that, you know, but even so much as I don't know. My mind, when I think of like transhumanism, I want to try to figure out how to augment the natural way. You know what I mean? Like CRISPR could work, but like, I don't know.
Well, that's
my
the future,
problem.
and it gets
I
into
have the idea of the fourth breeding program in my mind for humans.
the World Economic Forum stating that traditional reproduction will be deemed illegal by 2030. I don't know if it will be, but even if they're talking about it, it runs into issues where, I mean, the question arises, okay, how do you make it illegal to reproduce? Basically, any woman who is found to be pregnant has to take some type of abortive steps or have a forced abortion, which is really, really sick.
Yeah, I think you just send her to jail for being a criminal and having an illegal baby. Just don't take it out on the baby, and you know it sucks. The baby either has to be taken care of by the grandma or something, or. But yeah, no. If you have an illegal child, then you go to jail and you never get to see the child. That's fucked up, but
No,
you know,
the child will not
for the future,
will not be born, so that's not even an issue.
I know.
The child would be it'd be a forced abortion.
I know. I've listened to
she,
thoughts.
and then she probably would go to jail.
Yeah, no, exactly. You know, for being some sort of criminal. I can't think of a funny way to put it, but I don't know. But I think the man as well. You know, like it comes down to personal responsibility. I don't think that we should be cutting off the hormonal organs of dogs for our own convenience either. I think that's wrong. I think that if you don't want the pet population to get out of control, then it's human fault for not keeping the leash on their dog and letting them get out and banging the other neighbor dogs and stuff and having puppies and too many puppies and puppy mills. It's not the animal's fault, and so you know, I don't know. I know there's a big issue if you spay and neuter a dog before they go through puberty, they have the worst health issues ever. So I don't know. There's like certain biological things that make me think with a little bit of scientific guidance, it would only probably take about 200 years for humans to eliminate disease by way of, you know, guided breeding programs in a way, you know.
Perhaps.
I mean, honestly, if I had a printout that, and for the most part, it would be rare that you and someone go down to get tested and it pops up red. It would be rare. You know, it wouldn't even be a 50-50 shot, but it might be a 25% shot that you and someone else, you know, probably shouldn't have kids. And that doesn't mean you couldn't live together and stuff, but you just couldn't reproduce on your own, you know? And that's fucked up, but
I want
I don't know.
everybody to
I
be
think we
able
need
to
to
have
think of the
children
future.
with anyone else they want, and if they need medical intervention, then it should be allowed. I don't want to live in a world where two people can't be together if they really love each other. Meaning,
No, I don't want them to not be able to not be together. But
I mean, reproduce if they don't. If they have the means and we have the medical or the technological ability, then we should be able to grant them whatever is necessary for their um, proper
I guess I don't think that
reproduction.
we have the technology yet to just allow it. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I'm telling you, like, if you look into that Anaconda Sims girl, if you look into a lot of the, like, and it's not your thing. Like, a lot of people think that you're a lolcow, and that's why they'll look at you sometimes and try to troll you. But you are not the reason why the Music Biz Marty server exists.
No, I mean,
It's not
I
because of
invite
people like
myself
you.
to it. Very few people are going to sit there and be like, hey, make fun of me, go for it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you invite it to stay sharp, homie. Who the fuck does that? You're a legend. I'm sorry. Like, it impresses me every fucking time.
I just,
Fucking,
hey, to me,
you
it gets.
self-immolate on a daily basis and come out clean. I love it.
Thank you. It to me is, I don't care what they say about me, just make sure to spell my name right. Meaning more attention is good for me. That's what I need. And if somebody wants to get obsessed with me just for making fun of me or whatever reason they want to choose, that's positive for me. What hurts
Exactly.
me is when people don't talk about me at all.
I've started telling people that when they're just like, so what's the fucking point of him then? What's the point of him then? Why is he doing this? Why is he doing, and when they're mad, they just repeat themselves with the same dumb question.
Right.
Why? Why though? Why though? And I tell them, I said, they're just like, well, what's the point? And I was like, look, the point is you're here asking questions. He won. Don't you get it?
Right.
Don't you get it? It's so much better. It's so much better to just be friends with Rabbi. Like, you don't get it because Rabbi just won again.
Yeah, I had
and you're here mad proving it.
I had somebody in here the other day who was kind of on
It's
that.
not your goal, but
kind of on that track. They were like, "So why do you do this?" And I explain why, and they're like, "Well, that just doesn't seem normal." And I explained to them, I don't think you understand how I live my life. I generally, like, when I would have any kind of downtime after work or whatever, I would sit in bed, surf the internet, and watch Joe Rogan podcast, or watch stand-up comedy, or watch a movie, or watch Family Guy, or watch The Sopranos, or something. I'd watch something, and I would just chill. I mean, that's to me like relaxing. So the only difference is that I just turn a camera on and broadcast it, and I don't think that that's so strange.
Yeah, no, it's not.
And I mean, it's basically exactly what you're doing. Like, you, aside from, and you have done this as well, like live stream and everything. But you you give me a portal into your life. I give you a portal in my life. Uh, 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 Roxanne giving us a portal into her life a little bit, and
yeah,
it's like that's the most normal thing that you would. It's this um this mind view that people have of I really think people love the anonymity of the internet, and the fact that somebody gives that up is scary to them.
Yeah, I think so.
Because
I think you're absolutely fucking right.
They recognize that the minute that somebody shows that they're comfortable being on camera all the time means that the government's going to put a camera in your room and want to watch you all the time. Even though they're already doing it, they're going to want to do it publicly. And that's going to cause all kinds of issues, so that there's a major amount of fear. Like, I see these guys in this Wall Street Bets server. I was just going at it with them yesterday, just back and forth. And they're anonymous. And I've gotten people who have messaged me, like, I've asked them, like, why are they so mean to me? And they're like, well, they don't like the fact that you're broadcasting all the time. And it's like, well, they're deafened. There's no knowing that. That like I really am doing my best to make sure that people don't know who they are. And they're like, yeah, but still, you have to understand that there's a fear that they have that. And Jake, what's going on, big dog?
I was just on your live stream
Excellent.
on YouTube.
Excellent. Jake here is a very cool person. Caspian C, I don't know if you've met Jake. Caspian C, this is Jake. Jake
What up,
Caspian
Jake?
C. Jake's very cool. When I asked Jake, hey, Jake, will you stay in
I
the...
got another check.
From what?
They
Just being...
gave me a raise.
Good on you, man. Just being good looking?
Yeah, I get a first payment on January
Excellent.
25th. So still a broadcast joke.
Hey, that's all right, man. So Jake's cool. He just comes in, says he chills sometimes. Sometimes he'll be here all night, just chilling. And
Very cool.
he's got Jake. You have dogs, right? Or a dog? No, you have a dog and a
Yeah,
cat.
I have a dog and 2 cats.
A dog and 2 cats. That's right. I remember one of the cats. His mom name was Baby. I do recall that. Let me see if I can remember. Let's see here. Roxanne's dog.
Baby.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a lot to remember. Everything. There's Baby. She's beautiful. She's really beautiful. So yeah, Jake's a cool guy. Jake, what's new in your neck of the woods?
So I went to psychology or psychiatry, whatever it's called today.
You went to a
I
psychiatrist?
did a couple of tests on it. They're putting me on Xanax and putting me on Adderall.
All right. Well,
Both of them at the same time?
Yeah, buddy.
Wow. Well, I am on one of those. Yeah. The Adderall. Starts so low.
I did like 9 Xans last night, and I'm still feeling fucking weird.
well, I would
Yeah,
imagine
those.
so.
Make sure you tell the doctor about those, because if you stop those like abruptly, they may lead to a couple days of hallucinations. If you just stop cold turkey on Xans.
Yeah, I already have epilepsy.
Oh, okay, never mind then. They're never going to take you off those. Yeah, no, with epilepsy, I have one of my close friends, he's got it. Hopefully they switch around which benzos you're on so that you don't get too tolerant to one at a time, right?
With the benzos, they started with Valium, then
Yep.
went to Klonopin, and then went to Ativan, and now it's fucking Street Xanax. And they're like, well, we don't want you to be taking street drugs. And I was like, well, it's best for you to just prescribe, and then
There you go. Yeah, if you have epilepsy,
I'll take the.
they need to put you on benzos. They need to. And I'm not saying don't. Like, if they know you have it, they need to keep you on the right medication, which is benzos. I have a friend who has it. I had a dog with it. And yeah, it's the medicine that helps the brain in that instance. I don't know what people want. You know what I mean? America loves denying people for the medicine they need.
America loves denying people the medicine they're addicted to.
But a lot of times you just take what you need, you know? Like, I have a friend who does a street version of Adderall because he doesn't have health insurance to go to a doctor.
So an X pill seems to be his best bet.
And he's told me how much he spends, and the dude spends like $100 a month. I was like, bro, you have
How many?
no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, for someone who lives in LA, to worry about a drug habit that costs $100 a month,
steadily for years. And I was like, you mean you don't spend more and more and more and more? You're not buying more and more? He's like, no, I just take the same amount. I go, that's called medical dosing, homie. I was like, I'm like, you don't have a problem unless it's getting worse. You're not abusing something, you're just using something. And it turns out that I take more of the prescription drug than he does. You know what I mean? Like, but it's basically like
plenty of pills, dude. Got pills for pills. I got pills for pills that need pills. And the only ones that seem to actually help are benzodiazepines, and then I'm a recovering meth addict. Which, I mean, I wasn't really considered a meth addict. It was more like I had a whole bunch of precursors to cook meth. And I learned that all from a book. Somebody had wrote a whole book, wrote a recipe on this book called The Wall. How to cook ice and how to make shake and bake, how to make wasp dope. And I was just like, oh, alright. Wrote that shit down, took it to the outside.
that's funny.
Burnt a couple fingers up.
That's hilarious.
But I wasn't really concerned what, like, I didn't know what meth was when I was cooking. I just knew it made money.
Yeah.
And it helped, 7th grade me is like, money.
Damn, 7th grade?
Need that.
Well, you had your own little Breaking Bad going on, didn't you?
Well, it's still going on, dude.
There you go. All
I've
right.
got a guy actually. He's supposed to come. I don't know what he thinks it's okay, but he broke my ex's collarbone. Put a gun to her head and had her call me at one point to see if she would cheat on him with me, and I could just tell in her voice that nothing was good about it. They broke up and shit. But he thinks everything's all cool and dandy, and I'm waiting for him to come pull it so I can beat his ass.
All right. Be right back. Guys, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Sit here, smoke a joint on the toilet. Flat screen. To defend all of your violent crime. Oh, carry on. I can't believe I shaved my fucking beard off today. I need to tell Rabbi Rothschild something. Once he gets back. He's got to be careful with some of these people on the internet.
Yeah.
They got banned out of their server for fucking standing up for Rabbi Rothschild.
Where?
It's called Phoenix Squad.
Some places don't like them. I usually don't name it. Places. I hang out with a bit of a harsh crowd sometimes, but they love rabbis, so you know. Rabbis are good.
Oh, literally, I got famous on Discord just for fucking cooking dope on screen.
That'll do it.
Shooting having sex. There's just a lot of things you can't do on Discord, but I've already kind of done them. Hope it's happening in my system. Looky. Here comes Cookie. Cooks. That's control.
Oh, I'm about to go watch this stream. I'll be back in a bit.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, just for a little bit. The stream going on. I'll chat with you soon.
Alright, Nicholas.
Oh, Music Biz Marty.
Cyrax in the flesh.
Possibly. So, yeah, Music Biz Marty on Rumble.
Yeah, this one motherfucker.
Are you on the Music Biz Marty server?
No, I'm not on their server.
Yeah, that's the harsh crowd I was talking about.
That's really nothing.
But yeah, check it out if you want to. Let's see. There's the. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna edit my server profile, and I'm gonna put. I'm gonna save the Discord link as my pronouns. So there you go. You should be able to click it, but it's just discord.gg/musicbizmarty. And then, and that has the most current link for. Yeah, here's a new channel on Rumble. He's about to go live. If you wanted to see him, so it's the cutting edge for Cyrax and other stuff.
Man, don't be sleeping on King Cobra.
Cobes that's what's up, my dude.
I fucking put a medic spell on you.
I got no problem with Cobes. Some people find him funny, but but everyone was anti-Naked and Laughing in the Music Biz Marty server. We were all Cobes strong. You know what I mean? Team Cobes, 100%.
dude. You need to order a wand from him. That's what I think.
A wand. That's funny.
I got a good joke for you. What's the difference between a magic wand and a stylus?
What's that?
One didn't go up someone's ass.
That's true.
Or threaten to kill somebody.
Right. Fucking A.
Yo, Jake, did you type in my Jake?
Sir.
Did you type in my YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on your YouTube, man.
I'm making,
your fucking biggest fan.
dude. I appreciate that, and I just was making sure you were the same Jake from here. Amazing. Well, thank you.
Yeah, comment section. I was like, yo.
I see, dog.
Okay, you go. Yeah, North Channel's one's actually my stage there. All of the Adderall and shit I grew up doing. It's kind of giving me insomnia. And, I would go like 3 or 4 days without sleep. Now that I don't do all the fucking hard drugs, my body is now like telling me, yeah, well, you know, you should listen to your teacher. So when I see an influencer like people who actually have an agenda to push and not just a brand, people. When I first saw it, oh shit, this looks like one of my old homeboys. He might be locked up. I can't believe they gave him so many fucking computers. I was like, man, I wonder who it is. It's one of my old homeboys from fucking school that got arrested for all the bomb threats he was.
Yep. They take that seriously these days.
Like you never know. I got all types of like friends in low places. I have friends in high places. I'm supposed to be doing 30 years, or 10 to 30 years right now.
How'd you get out of that?
Donate to your local sheriff's department on a regular basis.
All right.
And they take cash donation.
Seems like an absolute corrupt system, but you do what you got to do.
Yeah, it comes with a little gold card. Thank you for supporting your such and such county sheriff's department. There's a solid gold card. What's that?
Well, of course, and as I keep saying, they're all my babies. Yeah. So, you know, it's, what it makes you realize is, okay, what's the truth? What's the really, really, really important message I'm trying to get across here? What am I trying to say? What am I trying to express here? Because half the time I just feel like a messenger, really. I'm just like capturing something, I'm sharing it. And The reason I say that is because once I started getting into this, a lot of the earlier emails I had were from disabled people or people that didn't have money to travel around the world.
What up, big
So,
dog?
well, you're bringing this to us, you know, by taking these
Don't
photos,
don't
you're
wind
showing
up
us your journey and where you've been,
like
and
from
the
the side
indigenous tribes, and this and that.
I'll do my best to avoid it, big man.
That's really quite special. That's really,
Had an athlete
really quite special because you're taking on another role. Because I try not to, in whatever profession I've done, whether it's documentary work or books or children's books or music, I never try and shove things down people's throats. I just present things and you take what you want from them. So the idea was to put a book together that just showed the world as I'd seen it through those journeys that I've been on. And what happened was that when we got to go ahead for this exhibition, which was only earlier this year, I was thinking, how am I going to do that? And that was going to, I decided to make that a retrospective too. But how do I then chop that many pictures down to that of this exhibition? Funnily enough, the book became my guideline. So what I've learned in the editing process of putting the book together, I now looked to that and the book to see how I could present the work in a larger scale in a museum, which was bonkers, you know. And this all happened this year. So it's like, okay, all right, I'm going for the ride with I obviously want it, but when it all hits you at once, it's quite something else. It's been a full on busy year, and there's been music involved too, and other documentary film projects which you'll probably hear about next year. So it's probably been weirdly one of my busiest years, even though
Seems like you're enjoying yourself, though.
I'm alive. That's for
Fred,
me. That's
What up,
people say,
Tim?
how are you? I'm alive.
I was
And I
at
have always gone with
psychiatrist
things
office
that
earlier.
have been presented to me
Okay.
organically. Anytime I've ever fought that or been pushed into situations.
Myself, I could tell I was like kind of fucked up.
I think for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I feel fortunate that
They wanted to
these
see
things have come along. I've been in the right headspace, thankfully, to go, yes, I want to do this.
my
When you start
insurance
shooting,
card,
did you take classes and the technical aspects of photography? So did you? What kind of cameras are you using?
Hilarious.
How did you learn how to use them?
I did.
No, not really.
I
Just like figured out.
Same with music. I play by ear. Not a clue how to read or
No,
write.
just like I think I'll figure it out.
And this, I'll tell you, this is one of my fears. Is that, and I'll come back to this, but because I'm not a practicing musician, well, I haven't been for years anyway, because of all the other work that I do. So if I'm not on the road and I'm not practicing, and I've got a terrible memory, I forget. And so, I've been cornered a few times. People say, come on, pick up the guitar or play the piano, give us a song. I couldn't. I couldn't even if you gave me $1 million tomorrow. I couldn't do it. My memory just doesn't work that way. And so if and this is why my manager and I, Rebecca, we keep having chats about going on the road. I think, listen, if we're going to do this, then this is a lot of work for me. I have to relearn how to play my own song and my lyrics. And I kid you not.
Wow. But you also have to relearn self-taught.
Yeah.
Right. So what would you do? Like, have you done that in the past where you had to relearn?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the last tour I did with the album Everything changes.
How do you scale it? Like, how do you get
You
going?
just have to get in the room.
So you just get in the room and
Get
start
in
fucking
the room
around
with the
your phone.
guys. You know, the band that you put together. Generally, I'll have one or two friends in the band. You know, and I have generally played, you know, rhythm guitar. Or a bit of piano for a couple of songs, but I have to relearn everything. And then
How long
lyrics.
How long does it take to relearn?
Well,
how to play?
when we were actually setting up, as I said, to do a bunch of TV shows to promote the album, and I was quite surprised about how quickly, because the band was so good. I walked into the room, they had the songs down already, and I just went, shit, I'm screwed. So that means, again, I have to step up to the plate.
Right.
And it was just a question of being in that every day, remembering, learning the chords, going over it again. And of course, when I'm, you know, all this stuff that we were going to perform was all new material. Because when I write a song, if I've written the basics of a song in an hour or two, you know, that's all there, and then written the lyrics, and then produced it, recorded it, and it's done. That's the one and only, or a couple of times that I'll have ever played. So it's almost a new song to me every time I come back to it. It's a real weird one. So for the photography, yeah, I just took along basically a really good quality automatic camera that, you know, took the shots.
Did you know what you were buying, or did you just go buy one?
No,
Did
I mean,
someone help you.
No, I'd ask a few friends, like, to be right, to, you know, what could I use if I'm running around, and so I took their advice, and I started with a very simple camera that was autofocus and compact, and I didn't have to change lenses, and that's one I did for a trip around the South China Sea on a boat trip. I just took this one camera in my backpack and hope for the best. I had a show here at Leica in LA with a Leica camera, which was about 50 images of the trip that I did. But I think where my strength lies in photography is weirdly not on the technical side, obviously, but capturing that moment. I tell you, the one thing about the woman that's on the cover of the book, so she is now the Princess of Monaco. Charlene, originally Charlene Whitstone. And I'd met her a couple of times, and I met Prince Albert a couple of times. And I got this call, literally, the day before they were getting married, from a mutual friend, saying, Charlene loves your photography. She wants you to come and shoot the show. What? So, yeah, she wants you to come down to her, where she is getting ready for the civil wedding tomorrow, and she wants you to take pictures.
Wow.
I mean, you want to talk about anxiety and crapping yourself? So excuse me. I arrived at the hotel where she and all the maids of honor are. We're sitting in the lobby, and I've got a backpack and one camera, and I've tried to dress myself up a little bit. I don't know what's going to happen. I had to go through several layers of security, you know, roadblocks and all of this to get there, which was nerve-wracking to say the least anyway. And then the likes of Patrick de Marchelier, you know, one of the best photographers in the world, walks in with, you know, the suitcase trolleys, you know, those ones at the hotel, on the big ones on wheels with all his equipment. 3 or 4 trolleys, and then I've got a backpack, you know. Anyway, I go upstairs. I'm placed in front of her in a room probably about similar to this size, and she's sitting there completely blanked out in front of the mirror with the hairdresser's assistants, and their assistants, the makeup artist's assistants. Yeah, that's me. Yeah. So I'm in the book a few times. That'll be a questionnaire at one, and that'll be a quiz at one point. How many times am I in the book? I don't even know myself, to be honest. But I sit next to her. You've got all these people, 20 people in the room this time, doing things, trying to get her ready. 10 minutes before she's getting married, and they put me on this little booth next to her. I'm sitting next to her, and I'm saying, "Are you okay? You know, should I just take pictures?" She said, "Jules, I'm not sure what to do. I don't know what to do." I'm going, "What do you mean? You don't know what to do about the marriage, or are you taking pictures?" I can, right. She said, "No, Jules, it's the photos." I said, "Listen, this is historic. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to record what's going to happen to you, and exciting for me too to be a part of that as a photographer." And so I said, "Listen, I'll keep out the way. I'll fly on the wall. I won't be anywhere on." And I was thinking, how am I going to do this? How do I do this? And so I just let people get on and taking pictures. And I get a message from Vogue.com, who want a photo from the moment she's married. Thinking, okay, I'll just keep snapping away at whatever I do. And I watch the civil wedding, and then I get on my bike, go home, and start putting things up on the screen. And I'm looking at the pictures going, I've got shit. I can't, this looks like crap to me. And this happens to me every time. Every fucking time. And I'm looking at the pictures going, they look terrible. They really, really look terrible. Blurred, this and that, badly positioned. And I'm cursing myself. And the one thing that I remember that she said to me is that, look, whatever you do, don't let any picture have me drinking or smoking. Okay. And the one thing that Vogue said to me is you wouldn't see her smiling. And the one picture where she was smiling, she had champagne in her hand and she had a cigarette. So, okay, I was not a Photoshop kind of guy, but I managed to get rid of the cigarette. I think, okay, how do I deal with the champagne? But then the one thing occurred to me, I thought, okay, I'll do it. I'll desaturate it. Not black and white, but there'll be elements of tones. I'll make it, so you can't see that it's champagne. And I did that, and I cropped it in a certain way, and I went, that's it. Why didn't I think of this before? 1930s, 40s, 50s, Princess Grace, black and white, old school. So then I turned every picture I had black and white. Desaturated version, similar to black and white, of the whole collection I had of her. And cropped it in a way that it was like 1950s magazines. It's just certain angles and a different look and a different feel.
Was she okay with the champagne being in the photo?
Well, it didn't look like champagne. It just looked like fizzy water. And because on the side there had been bottles of fizzy water and still water, so that's cool. She had to give me the okay to do that. When we decided that should be the cover of this book, I had to get her approval. I mean, I already had approval for having her pictures in the collection or a box set, but not on the front cover of a book that may do well.
Have you ever been to Disneyland?
Yeah.
All the pictures of Walt Disney have this cigarette photoshopped out of his hand?
No, it is not.
Yeah, in every picture you see him like this.
Is that so?
Yeah. See if you can find some of those pictures, because it's really interesting once you know that they photoshopped it gave us this sort of history of Walt Disney.
Okay.
Well, Walt Disney died of lung cancer,
Right.
which you would think it would be probably a good thing to have the cigarettes so people could not all their poor guy. That's what killed him. But instead, they decided to whitewash it, Photoshop. So all his photographs. So you look at his fingers are always in a position where he would have a cigarette. All of them. And so those real moments of him having a cigarette are lost forever.
His idea was to get rid of the cigarette?
Disneyland. Disneyland did
After
not
the
want.
fact.
Yeah. I mean, let's see what person it says there. It says the action seemingly innocuous at first, but it's apparently a murky tribute to Walt Disney's smoking habits, with the company sidestepping around the reason as to why the icon pointed that way. Writes HuffPost. It's been long speculated about. The anonymous employee was informed by a lead that the strange gesture from the cast members of Disney Park is actually based on Walt's old smoking habit. So people do that two-finger gesture to each other? That's crazy. Allegedly began training employees to do the same thing. Part tribute to the great band, part rewriting history. So they tried to pretend that thing that he was doing, like Tom Hanks when he played him, he did that thing with his finger. But it's all bullshit. It was a cigarette. Like a constant cigarette.
Oh, yeah. I was one of those.
Is there any photos of him with a cigarette? Oh, that's neat. That's funny. Well, that's when I found out about it. That's when Flanders was a
They stopped doing it then, right around then.
Oh, God, gotcha. I got you, bitch. Got them all to stop doing it. Because it's fucking stupid. Like, the guy smoked cigarettes. Yeah, smoking cigarettes is bad for you. He died from smoking cigarettes. You should probably let people know. You're doing a disservice to the whole world.
Yeah.
For sure. And also, it's part of history in the fact that so many people were unaware of the dangers of smoking cigarettes all day. It's so insanely addictive. Yeah. How'd you quit?
Cold turkey.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd be one of those guys that would wake up at 4 a.m, light up a cigarette, and go back to sleep.
Wow.
Or I'd take about 2 or 3 packs out with me every evening.
Really?
Oh yeah, because I knew half of the people would nick half of my cigarettes, so I wanted to have backup. When the whole no smoking law came, like Italy was one of the first.
Really?
And Ireland. Yeah, I think it was California that initiated it.
Mm-hmm.
And then Europe took it on board, and it was actually Italy and Ireland, and I was in both of those places, and it was extremely weird to go to any, especially in Italy and Ireland, in the pubs, and for it to be a smoke-free environment. That was just so weird because it was part of the norm back in the day that you'd be in a cloud of stinky cigarette smoke.
Yeah, that was
in any of those locations.
our norm at comedy clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would go home from comedy clubs every night smelling like cigarettes.
Yeah.
Always.
For sure.
The whole audience.
Yeah. And as a smoker, you don't think, you're not conscious of how other people, how you stink as well.
Right.
Which, because it was funny, when I quit cold turkey, I did it because I didn't want anybody to tell me I couldn't smoke. I was such a brat.
That's why you quit cold
I quit cold turkey because I wanted to tell myself I couldn't smoke, not for you to tell me I couldn't smoke.
How rough was it?
That's what brought me down into a depression for a couple of years. Oh yeah, because I started smoking at the age of probably 11 or 12 as well as my local gang, that I used to be in as a kid. That's what you did. You nicked the ciggies from your parents and found them back at the school, and that was part of the initiation, the part of growing up. So, and I loved it because for me, when I became noticed as a musician, I again with my anxiety, and I was a very shy kid, very shy, still can be at times depending on how I feel that day, but I would, the cigarette for me was my best friend. You know, I'd go to a bar and I'd be the, not the cool guy at the bar, but certainly that would be my way of not having to interact with people.
Right.
I'd just sit there, be a rocker and smoke my ciggy, down my Jack Daniels. Like, leave me the fuck alone.
Right.
Unless I, wanted to talk. So that was the groove back then. And then when I gave that up, instantly, it was like, oh shit, what do I do? How do I fill in that void? Well, I actually had to speak to people.
That would cause the depression.
Well, no, it was actually, I feel it was definitely a chemical thing because, again, I was smoking a couple of packs a day. I loved smoking. And the weird
Did you
thing,
consider going back just to alleviate the depression?
I was actually a business manager friend of mine at the time saw me at one stage and said, "You'll pick up." Seriously. And he said, you're gonna die the way you go.
Wow.
So,
Pick up a cigarette because you're gonna die without it.
Yeah. That was literally his sentiment.
Wow.
And it was a few years where it was very, very dark. And it was the cigarette. No
That's
question
great.
about it.
Did you try patches or
I did,
gum?
yeah, I did all of that.
Did it help?
Not really. I love that
Right.
deep inhale. And
It's the delivery method.
yeah,
It's different than anything
and
else.
the thing was, I would still challenge most good singing friends of mine that I could hold my breath or do legs in a swimming pool underwater and hold my breath better than anybody else, which I was able to. And it's because I was such a deep, deep smoker. When I inhaled, I really, really inhaled.
So it was like lung exercises?
It literally. And I remember going for my certain, seriously, I consider myself a shallow breather now in comparison, except for when I go on these kind of power walks,
Wow.
trying to get it all in anymore. But yeah, I bought a little apparatus which I still have been procrastinating about it, but it's an exercise that's
Yeah,
like
I have one of those.
to expand.
O2 trainer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. So I haven't
Yeah,
done
you
it
put
yet.
like little lenses on it or little.
Well, you just change the inhalation volume.
Yeah, less.
Back and
less
forth.
open.
So you just train to.
My friend Boss Ruby.
Very good. I mean, I know that they work. I just haven't gotten around to it. But
Well, just breathing exercises alone are great.
Yeah.
You can achieve some very bizarre altered states of consciousness through breathing exercises.
Well, when I was, the COVID experience was very, very different for very many people. And where I was in Monaco, France, you weren't allowed to leave your house without written paperwork to the police that you're going out for 1 hour, and you could only go within 1 kilometer unless you were going to get groceries, where you could only go out for a limited amount of time. If you didn't have the paperwork with you, you'd be fined. So I started using quite a few apps to calm myself and take on deep breath and deep focus, because I felt trapped, especially as someone who loved walking, who loved biking, who loved exploring, all of that stuff, and I couldn't move. And here's the really annoying thing was that where I was quite close to the sea, a couple of 100 yards away. But as I said, I could only be in a 1 kilometer circle from where I was. But that half of that was in the sea. And so I could walk left and right to try and get 5K back and forth, at least 5K to try and get a good walking. But you weren't allowed on the beach, which was the most, to sit there and contemplate and breathe and just, try and relax.
One of the healthiest things.
Yeah, you weren't allowed to do that.
Everyone lost their fucking mind. And it was really strange. In California, they were arresting people. The Coast Guard was arresting people for surfing. Like,
I know. It's
what?
insane. I remember going on my first power walk along the peninsula. It's about 15 minutes out of Monaco. And it's somewhere I go every once in a while. And it was a really quite blustery day. It's right along the coastline, rocks, high winds, the whole thing. And I'm walking on a power walking along, thinking, I'm finally free. I'm finally free. Anyway, so along the path ahead of me, about a quarter of a mile, I see a number of bobbing heads. And I wasn't wearing a mask. You have to wear a mask even when you're out power walking on your own because of science. Yeah, of course, genius. Well, let's not get into that. But so over the ridge they come, and I noticed that one of the person in front is wearing a policeman. And so I'm trying to scramble, putting my mask on, and he's going for a run with a bunch of trainees, about eight other people from the police force. They're all going up with truncheons and everything else. And the guy's going off on me in French. Wear your fucking mask, you should. And I'm going, and he says to me, I understand a little bit, a good amount of French, and I can speak a little bit, but he said, who are you with? And I'm looking around. There's nobody for half a mile anywhere near me. And he's asking me, who am I with? And I'm thinking, what's that about? This is the weirdest scenario. I'm in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
On a rocky peninsula, and he's asking me who I'm with, and there's nobody. And to put my mask back on, otherwise I'd be in trouble. And it was just the most surreal, peculiar circumstance to be.
Well, you could have never imagined it before the pandemic. You could have never imagined a scenario where people would be that illogical. Wearing a mask outside, illogical.
Yeah.
Not being able to go to the beach, illogical.
I still love the fact that you see people sitting on their own in cars today wearing a mask.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you go to Los Angeles, my friend just went to a party, and he sent me a photograph. He's like, I'm at a Hollywood party. Everyone's wearing a fucking mask. These people are in a cult. Like, first of all, if you haven't read the 500-page synopsis of what all went wrong with COVID, everyone should read it, just to understand. The whole 6 feet distance, all that stuff is all made up. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Masks don't work.
Yeah.
They don't work unless you have like a face-fitting mask, and even that, you're getting oxygen in the particle, like viral particles in the oxygen are smaller than vape particles.
Right.
Like if you vape with one of those things on, then put it out, and then, or you take a big deep breath, put the mask on, the vape will come right through the fucking mask.
Right.
So will the virus. Right. Like this is not real. You're pretending, and it's forced compliance, illogical forced compliance, which was very disturbing. It was very disturbing for me to see how many people were reinforcing that too. How many people were yelling it.
Oh yeah.
It gave people a wonderful opportunity to be assholes, so they could yell at people for not having a mask on. But outside, like, really,
The logic.
it was out the window. But it was also really fascinating to watch human nature. The human nature of, first of all, that people really do enjoy controlling people.
Oh,
They
yeah.
really do enjoy telling people what the rules are and punishing people who disobey the
Oh,
rules,
yeah.
even if they don't make any sense.
Yeah.
And then also watching people comply, knowing it's illogical, and being upset at everyone that points out that it's illogical. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, you're the enemy, because you're not going along with it. You're making it harder for us. We have to get through this. Like, is this real? Strange.
Yeah. Stay away from everybody. That's the the only sort of,
Or go to a place. Well, I came here. They didn't embrace any of that. Like I was in Los Angeles, which is like the most compliant place. Everybody was all in on the public narrative that was being expressed in mainstream media, all in on, everybody who denies it is an anti-science person and you're anti this and anti that, and just get that vaccine and just get on board with this beautiful little thing we're going to do. We're going to get through this together as long as everyone complies. And if you don't comply, and if your neighbors aren't complying, here's a number you can call. People started ratting out their neighbors. It was a program that the mayor of Los Angeles ran. Like, normally snitches get stitches, but this way snitches get rewards. Like they were giving people money to rat out their neighbors for having parties.
it's beyond messed up.
Oh, it was so strange, and it doesn't seem real. Like my friend
Some
Hassan.
people are eager as well.
Oh,
Join
yeah.
that club.
Eager. So happy they're part of it. My friend Hassan found a pair of pants that he was in his apartment, and he pulled out a mask out of the pocket. It's like, fuck, when was the last time I wore these? There's a mask, and when you see a mask, like, and you realize, like, I had a mask that was in my truck. It was in like one of the back little compartments inside. I just happened to sit in there. And I was cleaning the truck out. I'm like, look at this fucking stupid thing. But this was just 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But you had to have these things. You want to get on a plane.
Seems like a bad dream.
It does. It's like Disney and the fucking cigarettes.
Yeah.
Like, are they going to Photoshop out all these people's masks?
It's all a bit surreal. I mean,
So strange.
it really is. It's all a bit odd.
Well,
I still don't get it. I don't get any of it.
you should. Hopefully, these viruses,
No, especially
at least, don't wind up becoming the next one. I used to think there's no way that people would want that to happen. I'm not so sure.
No.
After this last go around, I'm like, boy, there might be like sinister factors at work here that I don't.
Oh, without question.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Of that.
And I was unwilling to ever think that before. I was like, come on, that's stupid. No one's done it before.
Oh,
No one would do that just for profit. And now I'm like, I don't know.
Of course,
They probably would.
well, they would.
Yeah.
No question.
So strange. So strange. And then, that, I think, the frustration of the overcomplicated, overregulated, overcontrolled world is probably what accentuates the experience of you being in South America with fire, looking at the stars.
Yeah.
Because there's a purity to that, especially no phones, no computers, no screens, no nothing.
Yeah.
As human beings
I love
enjoying the experience on the planet.
It's funny because I'm in the process of moving. I mean, I still have my base in Monaco, but the place I had outside. I'm a lot of my later teenage years were mum remarried a couple of times, but we were in North Wales. I don't know if you're familiar with North Wales or Wales in general.
No.
It's mountains, sheep and mountains, and we lived in on farmland, and I used to work on a farm too. So I love, and that's where I actually learned how to ride a motorbike, on farmland and through rivers and enduros and stuff like that. And so I've always loved that element of countryside. I always like the excitement of a city and the people and the energy, but there's also that other side of peace and quiet, bird song and running water. Yeah. So
The key's like a little bit of New York City, a little bit of mountain.
yeah.
That's the key to life.
Yeah, so I'm in the process of, and I hate this terminology forever, but I certainly think it's a place that I'll be for a while.
Do you hate the terminology of home?
No, forever.
Oh.
This is going to be my forever home.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
So,
Yeah, I like moving. I really enjoy moving here. I like getting up and just being in a new place.
yeah,
I think it's good for the brain.
I think I've been at the same place for over 26 years through some very good things, but some pretty dark moments as well, whether that's relationships or friendships and things like that. And I finally decided a few years ago I need to change.
Where you going?
I'm very close by. I mean, I'm literally 15 minutes away, but it's just a different environment. It's up in the mountains,
Okay.
surrounded by beautiful old oak trees and walking paths. And I mean, I know I sound like I'm turning old all of a sudden.
No, you sound like someone who appreciates beautiful things.
I just want, the funny thing is when I went to see this place for the first time, my shoulders just dropped.
Right.
And it was, I don't want to leave here. And the rest of the world seemed very alien after walking onto this place. Okay, a couple of acres of land surrounded by beautiful old trees and peace and quiet.
I have thoughts on that, but I think that nature is a vitamin that we don't know we need.
Absolutely,
And then,
no question about it.
Yeah, get it, and then you're filled up. You're like, oh, this is what I was missing.
I mean, that also the whole, tree hugging earthing.
Yeah,
It's
real.
I believe absolutely 100%.
It's real. It's real. You feel better.
I mean, scientifically proven that it's
Yeah, we have a connection to Earth that's been muted by our shoes.
correct.
Yeah.
This is very, very true.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to think that way, but it's absolutely correct.
You can, I have done this too, that you can get earthing sheets.
Yeah,
That you can
I've
sleep
heard of
on.
those.
I don't know. I sleep on one. I don't know if it works or not.
It probably does something.
But what? That's the.
I don't know. Just get outside.
Yeah.
I think get outside and move. And if you get outside barefoot, it's even better.
This is very,
Yeah,
very true.
the other day I was playing with my dog in the backyard, and I was throwing the ball for him, and he just decides. Sometimes he's kind of lazy. Sometimes he just decides to lay down. So I just sat down with him, and it was just this amazing moment of him just wagging his tail, me petting him, and just sitting in the yard, just trees and birds, and just
That's it.
beautiful.
That's
It
it.
was a beautiful, peaceful moment that I just experienced with my dog.
That's it.
Two of us chilling.
That's it.
Yeah.
Really.
It was a beautiful moment. I was thinking in that time, like, this is so simple. It's just a simple, beautiful moment. And, if you try to explain it to people, most people are probably not going to get it. Okay, yeah, you're and your dog. You love your dog. Like, that's not it. It's like, it was just life. It was just like this moment of life, just recognizing, and also not thinking about anything else, which is also beautiful. Not thinking about Gaza. Not thinking
That
about
little
Ukraine.
moment. It's about that little moment of appreciation here and now. Thank you very much. And how that can be beyond beneficial to you.
But then even explaining that, unfortunately, has been co-opted by the term mindfulness, which is so often used by grifters and like fake gurus and dorks, and it's one of those words that you say, you're like, mindfulness.
Yeah.
I hate saying it.
Yeah.
I'm a spiritual person. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I can't take it. It's like,
I get it.
but those terms are valuable. It's like the term God. It's a valuable term. Love is a valuable term.
Yeah.
But so often it just gets ruined just by insincerity or just by people who use it as a way to define themselves.
Sure. Hijacked. They've been hijacked.
That's it.
Which is very sad actually, because
Yeah, we can take it back. We can take it back from those hijackers. Fuck them.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, there's. Do you know who Alex Gray is?
No.
Alex Gray is a visionary artist. He does a lot of like very, very intricate psychedelic pieces that are like iconic. He's very famous in like the psychedelic world. His stuff is really,
you know what? I've seen.
sure, yeah, he's very, very famous.
Oh yeah.
But we were talking about this, and he said that he took the term God back. Because it's like, I think the term God has been co-opted by this idea of these totalitarian religions that impose very strict rules and dogma on people. It's like, I don't think we should stop using that word just because of that. I think we can kind of take that word back.
It would be good to.
Yeah. Well, I think he kind of has. He actually has a church. He has
Really?
Yeah. And it's like he had to go through a whole thing to acquire, tax exempt status. But his church is this insane building that is all 3D printed with his type of psychedelic artwork. So it looks like some insane, like magical spiritual retreat that you would find somewhere. Like you can find it's called a Chapel of Sacred Mirrors.
Where is this?
Upstate New York. So it's not that far from the city. You can get there fairly quickly. And it's, a completely different world. And he's got this church up there that's filled with his insane artwork. But this church itself is a piece of artwork. Like the outside of it, the way, he has a lot of these images of these faces that are like multiple sides of faces all connected together. And this is like this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this is the outside of the building. It's really incredible. That's the building.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? So the building is very, very much like his type of tryptamine-inspired art, where all these third eyes, like in a fractal form, with this geometric pattern on the roof, and everything is like that. It's really amazing, phenomenal, and
So
he's working on it forever.
what is he professing anything?
I don't know what his people.
Is there an
show
order
us.
as such? I mean,
That's Alex, and he's very young.
yeah.
But he's been, in the sort of psychedelic space and the psychedelic art space forever. And he had this incredible place in New York City, and then he decided to do this whole church. Just click it right there, just to play it out.
I don't really know what the video is.
Okay. I see. So a lot of his, so that's his wife.
Is this derived from
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
acid and magic mushrooms?
It says it right there. It comes out of the psychedelic experience.
Okay.
Yeah. He's been a long time proponent of psychedelics. Just a very, very interesting guy. His artwork is just incredible. Like really, but like probably the most accurate encapsulation of these experiences in in an artistic form. Really wild stuff. Then again, this is he's the way he's got it set up now. He's in the woods, so he's in this beautiful like rural area, and then he's got this incredible chapel that's up there. So it's pretty fucking cool.
Well, I'm certainly a believer in other realms that we don't see on a daily basis.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I've
probably should.
had a few experiences with whether that's a dream within a dream or whether it's reality, I don't actually know.
Well, one of the things that I've talked to you about with some pretty insanely brilliant people is quantum computing.
Oh, yeah.
And this new Google quantum computer that can do it, essentially the way a quantum computer works, a problem that would take thousands of years for every computer on Earth to solve, it can solve in a second.
Yeah.
Something that can take more years than you literally can understand, it can be solved in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I read that.
It's insane. And this is where it gets really weird. The way it was explained to me, and we should have to Google how quantum computers work and why people connect them to the multiverse, so I don't fuck this up. But the idea is that they're pulling answers from different universes simultaneously. They don't even completely understand how this is working. But the amount of power in computing is incomprehensible. Like you're only looking at it, there's numbers, you can write all those numbers out, but your brain's not capable of grasping really what's going on. And it's probably the biggest breakthrough technologically in human history by a long stretch. And it's all happening without most people even being aware of what the implications are. So see if you can Google an explanation of how quantum computers work. Who was it? Mark Andreessen that was explaining to us that it's pulling from different universes.
No, that is
Who was that?
being talked about in the wording of the Willow description.
Right.
But I also, just to add, when I was reading about this, they said that these benchmark numbers are coming off of Google's own data. Like they're the ones that set like the scale of what some of the quantum.
Are you skeptical? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just
Are you
no,
calling bullshit on Google?
no, not at all, not at
I
all,
feel
not
like
at
he
all.
is.
No, I'm just a grain of salt, like just to say that, like I think they use tillions is the number or something like that. That's no one even could grasp that.
Yeah,
That's just based, but that's a number based off of their formula too.
right,
That's all.
right. What is the definition of how it works? The way it pulls from multi universes.
I think I'm trying to find it, but I think the understanding I got from it was it's just too powerful to get from our universe alone. You have to have more than one, and I don't like that's just
Like, what does that mean?
I
How
don't
do
know.
they even exactly?
Get
What
to
does that
that.
mean? Right. What is that thing that they have? And if you ever seen the chip itself is very small.
Yeah.
It's like the size of a saltine cracker.
Yeah.
And then this entire mechanism around it is just the insane amount of cooling. Okay. Google's quantum AI founder said the performance gains lends credence to the idea that we live in a multiverse. The idea is that Willow might be communicating with parallel universes to finish calculations faster. Like what? What does that mean? The announcement led Google's already high stock price to surge, which isn't that shocking, but perhaps most surprising for us lay people that Google's quantum AI founder and lead Harmut Nevin said that the chip's performance lends credence to the notion that quantum computation occurs in many parallel universes in line with the idea that we live in a multiverse. And then it says, excuse me? This obviously has caused a bit of a stir and it isn't exactly clear on how he made that leap. It sounds a bit like something out of a sci-fi movie, and I'm definitely not going to pretend I'm an expert, but it's worth pointing out that Google's very much still in the theoretical research phase of this journey. This is very weird stuff. An evolving scientific field that even people working on it don't fully understand. What? Okay, here's what is a quantum computer. Let's explain this. Now, the computer we use every day and have been iterating on for the past several decades are what is known as a classical computer. Essentially, a classical computer utilizes binary as its language of choice. A bit in the smallest unit of data that a computer could store and process is like a light switch. Each bit can only be in a single state at a time, on or off, which is represented by 0 or 1. Computers track data based on the language of bits. Literally anything our computers do is based on a network of on-off switches sending a particular signal. A quantum computer is a bit different. If you're familiar with the concept of superposition or Schrodinger's cat, this won't be too far of a stretch, but a quantum bit or qubit is capable of representing the potential of multiple states at once. Rather than only recording a 1 or a 0, it records both because it can be both. This allows a chip like Willow, which has 105 qubits, to perform incredibly complicated analytics in a fraction of the time a classical computer could. And how does it work? So let's boil it down to a very small example. If you have 2 bits which can return a value of 1 or 0, there are 4 potential states that it can be recorded: 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, and 1, 0. If each of these states takes 1 second to record, it would take a classical computer 4 seconds to record every possible permutation. A quantum computer made up of 2 qubits, however, will be able to send to record the potential of each qubit at once, meaning it can record all 4 possible states in 1 second. The real power here is achieved when you add a much higher number of qubits together and try to record every possible state. Once again, something that would take a classical computer far longer can be achieved quickly because a quantum computer can record a number of potential states at once rather than one at a time. Okay, we basically don't know what the fuck we're saying here. This is just too weird. Okay, so this is what it is. One of the world's most advanced classical computers. Okay, here it is with this problem. So AI's founder and lead, Hartmut Nevin, said that the new chip had performed a purposefully complicated exercise called a random circuit sampling benchmark in 5 minutes. One of the world's most advanced classical supercomputers, on the other hand, it would take 10 and then 3 zeros, 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 3 zeros years to perform the same exercise. That's 10 septillion years, which exceeds known time scales in physics and vastly exceeds the age of the universe. So it can do more time than vastly exceeds the entire age of the universe, and it can do it in 5 minutes. And the reason it can achieve such a monumental improvement in calculating capacity is because Willow is made up of 105 qubits and contract the potential of each of those at once, allowing it to record potential data faster and come to the right answer. So what is happening?
That's too much information.
What do you mean?
I get it, but I don't get it.
What I don't get, how does that prove the multiverse or provide evidence that the multiverse is real? Like, and that it's getting it from parallel universes? Like, what are we even saying?
It couldn't come up with those answers within the allotted time span. That's
Yeah. What?
I can't explain. I mean, funnily enough, this is that my brother's into all of this stuff. Sean, he's
in simpler language.
He would probably be able to explain it to you, Sean.
Probably. Well, he would give it a shot.
He would, certainly.
I think he was the one who's probably explaining it to us. In simpler language, Willow is doing one calculation while an unknown number of Willows in other universes parallel to our own are doing their own calculations, and they are sharing that data to avoid needing to individually do every possible calculation to finish the equation. What the fuck does that mean? How are they sharing data between universes? I don't know. Ask Nevin. Remember, this is all theoretical and doesn't prove anything, but Nevin is saying that the fact that the chip can outperform our best supercomputers by such a wide margin means that it might have broken Newton's theory of physics. Yo, what does it say under that, Jamie? Keep that going? No, put that back on? Scroll up a little bit? Okay, this is what I want to look at. At this point, it's an exciting look at what computing might take one day, but it isn't something you're going to see in your next Pixel phone. Quantum chips need to be isolated in incredibly specific chambers. Yeah, this is the thing. It's cooler than, it has to be cool to a point where it's colder than outer space, sealed away from any possible signals such as microwaves, radiation, radio signals, etc., for fear of that noise leading to potential mistakes, and have specific signals delivered by purpose-built wires. Who figured this out? Where are those eggheads? Jesus,
how did they even come up with that if that has to be the case?
How did they figure out that you have to do that? All of it. That's one of the most humbling things that I've found about doing this podcast is realizing how genuinely dumb we are in comparison to the amount of information that's available.
No question.
And dumb, and I'm saying it's like not just uninformed, but incapable, even if given the information, of grasping exactly what these apex minds are thinking and working on right now, along with, at the same time, people just living in Ravello, just having an espresso and a cigarette and getting a slice of pizza.
Maybe they realize it. They just like, fuck it.
Yeah. But it seems like the human race desires all things. The human race desires people like yourself who enjoy photography and travel and this beautiful experience of life, but it also sort of requires people to be at this bizarre cutting edge of science where it seems to be violating the known laws of physics. Like all those things.
It hurts my brain.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd love to know more.
But just think about what we're doing right now. Just think about what we're doing.
I still don't get how TV works,
right,
or the radio. I'm still not.
How does this work?
I'm still back there.
What makes this louder? What makes the microphone carry our voice? How is this being encoded into like a form that's going to be instantaneously delivered to millions of people? So millions of people are hearing this right now. Like as it gets to them, not right now, but once it gets released, the millions of people that are hearing this are getting it through the sky
Yes.
on their phone.
I resign. I truly resign on
It's
that
cool.
level. I can't. Doesn't.
No, I can't either, but it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. It's
I'm
an
fascinated.
amazing time to be alive.
Fascinated by it every day, and that's why with subjects that are happening with AI right now, I find it massively intriguing because there is an element to that that may allow me to understand a great deal more, before it's too late.
I think we're the last of the regular people.
It's quite possible.
I think this experience that we're having, this experience that you're having, like on a motorcycle with no signal, just driving through the countryside, like just being alive. I think we're the last of those people. I think what's
Even
next,
that sounds like a dream.
I know.
I mean, just the whole concept of that is dream-worthy. I mean, I have a number of theories on who we are and where we came from and
What are you there?
UFOs.
What do you think?
Well, to some degree, I'd always felt, even as a young kid, that UFOs were us coming back for history lessons, basically, and that the vehicles were driven by our minds anyway. But I mean, I've seen, as Dad had also seen a UFO. I've clearly seen a UFO.
What'd you say?
I was actually, here's the weird thing. I was actually on my way to, I think, visit Dad in New York. I think it was New York, which is where he'd seen me at Upper East Side in an apartment that I visited. I went to see him at. He's standing on the roof of this apartment where he was living at the time, and he it's on film. He clearly says this thing came along. I can tell you exactly what it looked like. Went up the Hudson, went under the bridge, and zapped off. My experience, I've had two experiences, but the most profound was, funnily enough, was one of those flights on good old TWA, and I was in the front part of the plane, and I was given, because I was quite young, maybe anywhere between 8 and 10, I don't know, 11 maybe, and I was going to see Dad for one of the first times in the US, and the guy that was escorting me over gave me one of those, first time I'd ever seen them, one of those books that had blank pages. I thought, wow, those are weird. Like quite unusual. I'd never seen them over in England before, just these hardback, black covered books with nothing inside. So I had one of those in a colouring set, so I was, I guess, relatively young. Everybody had watched the movie, everybody had gone to sleep. I was staring out the bloody window as I normally do. And I was in front of the wing on the right-hand side. And I'm just staring out at the stars, literally. And I kid you not, all of a sudden I see your archetypal UFO with the lights around, light on top, it was silver, of a reflective metal with white lights all the way, pulsating white lights all the way around. It stayed there. I can't tell you how long.
How far away from the plane?
It was right there. It was 50 feet.
50 feet from the wing of the plane.
Yeah, in front of the wing of the plane.
Did anybody else notice?
But nobody else was there. Everybody else was asleep. There was no stewardesses. There was nobody.
What about the pilot?
That I don't know. All I know is what I saw.
God, I would have wanted to ask them.
I guess I was kind of freaked out or just okay with it. I can't even.
How old were you at the time?
And 8, 9, 10, 11, something like that.
And how big do you think it was?
I would say it seemed about the radius would be about the width of this room. But what happened was, so I watched it for a few seconds, but I knew we were going along at somewhere in between 300 and 500 miles an hour. I think the big old 747s used to reach that kind of speed. And it just started doing this, going up at the same speed. And I'm watching through the window going up and over. And there was nobody in the seats on the other side. And so I ran to the other side and was at the window like this. And I was at a seat or two in front of where I actually wasn't here. And it came down the other side. This is on my mother's life. It came down on the other side and sort of pitched itself there for a few seconds. Proceeded to move forward what looked like relatively quite slow, and then literally just went and disappeared in forward. And that was that. And that was at sunrise, literally just turning to sunrise, because the book I had, I drew the whole thing and the light and what it looked like.
Do you still have those drawings?
Tell me about it. I don't know what happened to that, but as clear as day. It was clear as day. On my life, my mother's life,
Did you, and this is going to sound crazy, did you
welcome to
have
the
a
club.
sense that that was for you? That you aren't just seeing something, but that maybe that was for you?
I could have taken that angle. Like, well, I mean, there's been moments in my life, certainly, that I felt things have happened at a particular time for me to notice things. That it was related to my life experience. I mean, half of the things I couldn't tell you what they were, but I mean, White Feather was an example of that.
Right.
Where for me that was a definite sign, a relevant sign that made me certainly feel that, and I'd had other experiences, that was a real connection, a real message, indirectly.
Yeah. Well, the white feather is so profound. It's so intensely on the nose that it's very difficult to dismiss. And I know there's a lot of hyper rational people that would like to dismiss it. But it's a coincidence. Yeah. My question is, are you sure? Are you sure? You know, I don't think we are. I think this concept of the divine, this concept of being something else, has existed throughout the entirety of humanity.
There's all kinds of stuff going on.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen. I was invited to the location where I was staying, and I had this experience where I saw quite clearly. I was on my own again, of course, and I was looking out to the sea. This was down in Mexico, and I was literally just kind of drifting off, and what looked like Mayan Indians, see-through, down. Anyway, it was all a bit headdress, skirt that they were wearing, and the exact colours of those headdresses. It was two-tone. It was like an earth colour and a sky blue colour. That colour. In a particular arrangement on the headdresses and on the skirts, and I said, that's them. And they said, oh yeah, that was the particular era, and that's where the property was between that and the white feather, and there's one or two other incidences. I just went, there's so much more shit that we don't see that lives and breathes and exists around. And there was something written the other day also, whether it's today or yesterday, saying that our ears and our eyes can only see so much.
Right.
Humans.
Right.
That there exists so much more that we don't have a clue of.
Right.
So I'm just saying that there's if only.
We have to go back to the idea that eyes didn't exist at one point in time. They were single-celled organisms.
Yeah.
Right? And so they became multi-celled organisms, and then they developed simultaneous eyesight in the ocean and on land. And then this idea that your eyes allow you to see, so therefore you're seeing everything, is kind of silly. Because before the eyes existed, there was no perception. You're not using light. There was no way you could see things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So why would we assume that this is all that the senses could potentially interact with? That maybe we just don't have them, and maybe this is what I've said a lot about, like psychic communication and telekinesis and all these different things.
Yeah.
I think there are emerging properties of human consciousness that haven't achieved like a full-blown integration yet.
Yeah.
And my real suspicion is that the biological evolution is not going to make it there in time, and that the technological evolution is